To everyone. We have, I think online, we have Senator Thompson is online. And do we have anyone else on the committee online? And Senator Faustido is online as well. So thank you. And with that, then we'll go ahead and get started. We'll first hear from the State Board of Pharmacy. And please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Good morning. Well, my name is Bradford DeYoung, and I'm an attorney with the Kansas Board of Pharmacy. And I know you have a busy docket, so I'll go ahead and jump right on in. The first regulation I'll be discussing here today is KAR 681-2. And this regulation concerns the grades or the score required for a pharmacy school graduate, a candidate, to pass their licensure examination. There are two exams that a candidate must pass before being eligible to receive their pharmacy license in Kansas, and that would be the NAPLEX and the UMPJE. The NAPLEX governs the candidate's pharmacy knowledge, while the UMPJE governs the candidate's knowledge of law. Both the NAPLEX and the UMPJE are national tests. For the longest time, both of these exams recorded a score that would be numerical in nature. And that score was then reported to the candidate as well as the Kansas Board of Pharmacy. However, recently, the organization that administers both of these examinations, the NABP, has switched to a pass-fail system. Currently, the regulation requires that a candidate receive a score of at least 75%. However, with the score system transitioning from a numerical score to a pass-fail system, that is no longer applicable, which means that the regulation needs to change in some format to address this. And to address that, the board is proposing updating the regulation to now reflect that a candidate must receive a passing score rather than the 75%, as the 75% is no longer applicable.
We'll stop right there if there are any questions. Absolutely. Yes, Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I understand it right now, the board sets a minimum passing score of 75%. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that done by regulation?
Yes.
And that came through this board, and the legislature's had a chance to revoke it or modify it if they felt like it, right?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Okay. Now, the board is abolishing any passing score. Board isn't imposing any passing score. It's turning to a private organization and saying, you determine what's passing and what's not, correct?
I would say that the board, I would say that the board is now recognizing that the organization and the organization that administers the examination now sends a pass-fail score system out. The board is not aware of what the exact numerical nature of that score is. However, in reviewing the scores from previous years and to the reviewing what the pass-fail, the nature seems to be substantially the same. So the board is now proposing adopting the pass-fail system instead of this numerical scores, because the numerical score is no longer being reported.
Let me try to be more specific and succinct with you. It looks to me like what the board is doing is at this point, people setting for the exam know that they have to get 3 out of 4 questions right on average to get a 75% passing score. Now the board is amending its regulations so that applicants have no idea what score is required to pass the board. Neither the board members know what that score is, neither the applicant knows what that score is, nor do I, who rely upon the education of a pharmacist, know whether they got 1 out of 10 right. It sounds to me like what may be an unconstitutional delegation of authority to a private organization, and it sounds to me like that you're not giving notice to applicants as to what a passing score is. How good do you have to be? And I think what you're doing here probably runs afoul of the Constitution. Can you cite me some authority that says the board can delegate its power to a private organization to establish the standards for someone to become a pharmacist in Kansas without even telling the applicant, the board, or the public what passing score is required. How in the world is that a constitutional delegation of authority? We sometimes adopt codes by reference, but we tell the public what those codes are. You're not telling the public even what a passing score is. Why should I think that's a good idea?
I would have to research and provide information to you later that would indicate any sort of authority or what arguments that would be making to whether or not this is applicable. However, I can safely say that this regulation has gone through review from the Attorney General's office.
Which I would safely say, so what? I'm a member of the legislature. I'm not a member of the executive. I've heard enough, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Senator Faustido.
Madam Chair, thank you. Representative Carmichael somewhat asked my question of, thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Wassinger has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The concern I see, not only do you not have what the amounts are, but number two, all we seem to do in this state is dumb down the responsibility for students of any nature to come and rise to a level of competence. Pass, fail for someone who can kill you with medicine? That makes absolutely no sense. Absolutely none. And dumbing down the pharmacist does not help the state of Kansas and does not help the constituents for sure. So I highly suggest that you bring this back to your board and tell them how displeased this committee seems to be about it. Because pass-fail classes were always the ones that you took so that you didn't have to worry too much. You just went only so far. You just had to get it for your major. No, I'm appalled. And I plan on telling all of my constituents that that's what you guys are doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the sticking point that we're running into here, I don't want to make the assumption right off the bat that we're necessarily dumbing down the test procedures. True story that underwater basket weaving is pass-fail, and I get that, even though my basket was quite attractive. But but what we're missing in this summary here is what those NABP standards are. Are they setting it for 5 out of 10 passes? Are they setting it for 9 out of 10 passes? We don't really know the answer to that, and so of course, we would assume the worst case scenario because all too often that's reality. But I think before we could get behind and push on something like this, we'd really have to know a little bit more about what these new standards are. That's not a question. It's kind of a request for later on down the road, I think. I wouldn't imagine you have those in your pocket.
No, I do not have the numerical scores that NABP is assigning to pass-fail. I was going to note that your concerns are noted, and I will bring it to the board's attention. All of your concerns are noted.
Thank you. And I just wanted to take a moment and express that I share some of the same concerns that have been raised here, and a lack of transparency as well. What is the passing score? The board doesn't even know what the passing score is, and it's the board that licenses pharmacists. It's a very important profession in the state of Kansas and impacts Kansans' daily lives, and it's surprising that it's not a transparent process for anyone in the system, whether you're an applicant, a test taker, seeking a license, or quite frankly, a Kansan who's being dispensed pharmaceuticals from a pharmacist. So I think we have next Representative Sawyer, and I'm sorry, Senator Faust Godot, and then we had Representative Carmichael, and then Representative Sawyer Clayton. So Senator Faust Godot, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have a question. Who is the board that determines that passing or failing score? Thank you.
That would be the NABP, the National Associations of Boards of Pharmacy. And that is a organization that the Kansas Board of Pharmacy is a member of, as well as I believe all other states in the United States.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is a jurisprudence examination as used in these regulations?
The easiest way I could draw an analogy is it's essentially your legal knowledge of pharmacy practice in the certain state that you'll be working in. So go ahead, please.
Okay. And it says here that applicants or people who come to the state have to pass an approved jurisprudence examination administered by the board or an organization approved by the board. Is the board going to administer these exams, or have they hired some other organization?
The board is currently in the process of doing so through the NABP, which is the UMPJE, so the Uniform Multi-State Pharmacy Jurisprudence Examination.
Well, I'm not clear. Is this going to be a competitive bidding process when we hire these outside organizations? Or is this a no-bid contract that's given to this organization, which apparently is going to determine who passes and who fails without even telling us what the passing score is?
I'm not aware of any competing bids for this examination, nor am I aware that the board is only assigning this to one. I would have to get back to you on that.
You don't know what the board is doing, whether this is a no-bid contract or whether they have RFPs out in the field to hire their company to do this. When they make their selection, I assume they're going to do that at a public meeting. Is that the way that's going to work, or do you know?
The board will always adopt any sort of examination through public meeting. There's no closed door policy.
Okay. And if your chosen organization is this NFP, DJ, or whatever it is, why don't you just be transparent about it and put it right here in the regulation that that's who you're going to hire, so everybody knows who's running the test?
The board,
Why don't you just, like a lot of organizations say, you got to comply with a regulation, the most recent version of the code, so-and-so edition and all. Why are you hiding from us who you're planning to hire? Why don't you just say, we're going to hire the board to do everything. We're going to abdicate our responsibility, let them decide what the exams are, what the passing scores are, and we'll just rubber stamp whatever they do. Why don't you just go ahead and shortcut it?
I can see why that would appear to be hidden. The intent of this regulation being, or as the language explicitly states, an organization approved by the board is so that way there could be other organizations. It's not just one organization that does it.
Thank you for your patience with me. I have a constituent who thinks that this committee just rubber stamps things. Hope she's watching today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Sawyer Clayton no longer has a question. Her question has been answered through other questioning. Before we have another question, does the board know how many questions are on the exam?
I believe the board does. I don't have that information in front of me today. I can provide that information at a later date.
Okay, and then this would, if this regulation were to become enacted, when would this take effect? The exam that's to be administered on what date?
I don't know when the next exam is administered. I believe it's administered multiple times a year, but I don't have the exact date in mind.
Okay, well, some answers are needed, but Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. So what are the other duties that the board may do, and do they receive any type of financial payment for being on the board?
If I understood your question correctly, are you asking if the Kansas Board of Pharmacy receives any sort of payments from the NABP to be a member? I don't think I quite followed there.
Who appoints the board? Who appoints the Board of Pharmacy?
The governor appoints members of the Kansas Board of Pharmacy.
So out of that group, do any of them receive a financial allowance or any dollar for being on the board?
I believe they receive the normal rate, which I could not tell you off the top of my head is, but it's the standard, I believe, across all boards.
You would think if the governor knew it and they were appointed to the board, normally the board is supposed to take care of the business of the pharmacy and not shop it out to the low bidder. I mean, why would you even have a board if you don't want to do your job? So it just seems to me that this has gone way too far. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I'm looking at the minutes for the meetings. When did the board decide this and vote on it?
The board has not decided or received public comment on this particular regulation yet. That will be on June 30th.
So who originated this regulation?
You mean originally, as in when it was initially passed several years ago, or do you mean the current amendments that are being proposed? The current Board of Pharmacy has not voted on it officially because obviously that's not the process, but this regulation has been presented to the Board of Pharmacy and the stakeholder community. And then it was then moved through the administrative rulemaking process.
So this, Madam Chairman, may have a little leeway here because this is even bigger than what we thought, because this committee is assuming that the board had approved these rules and regs that we are looking at. And you're telling us that the board has not made that approval, so how did these rules and regulations get before this committee?
I'm not sure I understand the question because through the administrative rulemaking process established through 77-420, the Kansas Board of Pharmacy had an opportunity to review this and agreed that this was a regulation that they were interested, but of course, obviously, it has to be approved by the Department of Administration, the Attorney General's office, the Division of Budget, and then go out for public comment, which would be a 60-day period. And then that is within the 60-day period that I'm here before you today for a joint committee. And then and only then on June 30th will there be a public comment hearing where the board will formally vote to adopt or reject this regulation. I don't think I'm following your question.
So I'll break it down very simply. Somebody had an idea
Yes.
to change these regulations.
Yes.
Who was that person? How did it get before the board, the pharmacy board? And there, obviously, they discussed it on a certain day, and I could not find it in the minutes. And I'm asking you, what day did they discuss it?
I see your question. I don't have the information on what day they discussed it. I believe it was in 2025 that this was originally discussed before it ever went to the Department of Administration or grammar and other sorts of corrections that may need to happen.
So if I may, Madam Chair, you didn't ask the other two questions. Who originated this? Where did this come from?
I don't recall who originated this. I think it was through the internal policy of the internal members of the agency that were noticing that the NABP is shifting to a pass-fail system and that we were going to be adopting that pass-fail system. And then it went before the board. And those are the minutes that you're asking about. I'd have to go look for those.
But you told us the board didn't sign off on this. So we're getting conflicting information here. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Wagner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for coming here to testify. Sorry, this is becoming, I know you're just the messenger, but I do have a question on this whole licensure examination and the pass-fail system. I mean, besides the pharmacy schools, as it would be, I mean, you have like the bar exam, you have the nursing board, you have the dental folks. I mean, all have, licensure examinations. Are any of them just strictly on a pass-fail basis? I mean, do you have any sort of precedent for what the pharmacy board is looking at doing.
Do I have any information regarding other organizations outside of the bar exam, which I took myself? No, I don't have any information with me today that would suggest that this pass-fail system is precedent, as you mentioned.
If I could follow up. So is the bar exam strictly a pass-fail? I mean, or is there some, how does that, again, not being?
No, you're fine. The bar examination depends on which state you're in, but most states use the uniform bar examination, and then that score is reported on a scale of, I may be misremembering the exact numbers, but it's like 170 to 300. Each state then chooses their own score for what is considered a pass for that bar examination. So I think Kansas is 255.
All right, thank you.
All right, Representative Carmichael for another time.
This should be quick. It's been a long time since I took the bar, but as I recall, we had a multi-state examination. It had a cutoff score determined by the Board of Bar Examiners. They said a particular score is what it takes to pass this year even. Sometimes I think they adjusted it. But there's also an essay examination, which I recall quite well. Did you take an essay examination that,
I did.
would you pay him a lawyer?
I did.
I assume you remember it probably with the same trepidation that I do, but actually lawyers who are on the board read those, score those exams by hand manually, and then they collectively determine what is passing and what is not. Does that refresh your memory that it's more than just a cutoff score based on a multi-state examination?
Granted, I think I took the bar examination a different year than you did, but from what I recall, that essay portion was then translated into a score that was then part of that cumulative score that I mentioned. I think, like I said, Kansas, I think, is 255, and that includes both the multiple choice section, the short essay section, and then the essay section.
And of course, the professional ethics examination that's out there somewhere too.
Yes, but that was a different examination.
Thank you. And I asked our Kansas Legislative Research Department for a couple of answers on the bar exam to be eligible to be licensed as an attorney in Kansas. The point scale is up to 400 points, I understand. And in Kansas, a score of 266 is required to pass the bar exam. So anyway, I think we're going to move on. You've got some other regulations before us, so go ahead.
Well, the next regulation that I'll be discussing is KAR 68714. And this regulation governs the information that must be included on a prescription label. Obviously, the prescription label you might be thinking of is the sticker attached to the vial that your drugs are typically contained within. Ultimately, the changes to this regulation boil down to the following. One, there are registered facilities, not just pharmacies, that may dispense. As an example, you may think of durable medical equipment providers and county health departments. The current version of this regulation does not acknowledge that the information included on that prescription label has to include those other registered facility types, not just the pharmacy who dispense them. So for example, if you received a durable medical equipment from a non-pharmacy, but a registered facility, they did not have to have their information on that label. We're correcting that. That needs to be universal. So if you are dispensing or administering or supplying, however it may be, you need to include your information on the prescription label. That way the patient knows where the prescription came from, or law enforcement or whoever else may view this prescription. In addition, if the drug is removed from its original manufactured packaging, the beyond use date, and for that you might think expiration date, shall not exceed either 1 year from the date it was dispensed, the manufacturer's expiration date, or the maximum rating of the packaging materials, whichever is less. So all said and done, 1 year is the absolute best use or beyond use date, expiration date, but it could be reduced depending on the packaging. That may reduce the efficiency or efficacy of the drug itself. Finally, If a generic drug or device is being dispensed, the prescription label must include the name of the manufacturer. So for example, if you think of a drug used to treat high cholesterol, for example, you may have a name brand drug of Lipitor, and that is made by Pfizer. But you also have the generic version of the drug, and that is atorvastatin, and that would be manufactured by either Apotex or Camber Pharmaceuticals. So if you are dispensed the generic version of the drug, not the named brand, but the generic, then the prescription label must include who manufactured that generic version of the drug. That way you have full acknowledgement of, okay, hey, this is coming from this particular manufacturer, and I understand that. So those are the three major changes that will be happening to KR 68714.
Thank you. I have a quick question. So how did the board decide 1 year from the date of dispensing? If you've got a manufacturer's expiration date who, for instance, this pharmaceutical, this product could last, if it's a medical device, it could last 10 years. But this would then require, if I'm reading this proposed regulation correctly, it would require telling the consumer, the patient, 1 year.
Specifically drugs.
Okay, so
Not
same
devices.
question then. So a drug might have a manufacturer's expiration date of 3 years, that this is a viable, effective drug, and then Kansas would be telling our consumers, oh, it's only good for a year?
Specifically if the drug is removed from the manufacturer's original packaging. And so that's the key difference. If the drug remains in the manufactured packaging,
Okay.
then it's whatever the manufacturer's packaging beyond use date is set for.
So why the discrepancy if it's not in the manufacturer's packaging? Kansas would still then be saying, oh, it's only good for a year, whereas if the consumer had full information, they would know it was good for 3 years.
Well, first and foremost, when it comes to this reduced time, we have to look into the differences of packaging. There are some packaging that do not protect drugs from heat or even light, as well as the manufacturer's packaging. And so, for example, if the drug was removed from a completely light-locked packaging from the manufacturer and placed into a vial, this drug was light sensitive, that could reduce the efficacy of this drug. And the idea here is to protect patients, to ensure that they are not either taking these drugs with that may have been reduced because it's been 5 years or 3 years or however long the manufacturer's packaging would normally rate, but now they're in a vial which lets light through.
So it's rather arbitrary. It's not based on the drug that's being dispensed. It's based on the packaging, and then across the board, it's a year.
The reason why the year specifically was chosen is because of the USP, which is the United States Pharmacopoeia, which is the standard that was actually also adopted by this legislature in this most recent session for drugs. So that's the reason why 1 year has been chosen. I can't pretend to be the pharmacist here who knows the nitty-gritties of compounding drugs and why drugs are, but USP, a committee staffed by pharmacists, has decided that 1 year is the best practices.
USP is a federal level organization?
It is not a government organization. However, the federal government has adopted its standards as well.
Okay, that helps explain then. Appreciate that. Any other questions on this regulation? Not seeing any, then if you'll go ahead.
Absolutely. The next regulation that I'll be discussing is KAR 68721. And this regulation governs institutional drug rooms. So the first thing I probably should do is explain what even is an institutional drug room. Well, an institutional drug room is a registered location that stores drugs that are commonly supplied to its, quote, patients. And these institutional drug rooms are run by healthcare professionals. And then they're supervised by either a pharmacist or a practitioner. Practitioner being defined as someone who's licensed to practice medicine and surgery. The patients are often employees or students of the company or school in which these institutional drug rooms are located. For example, KU has an institutional drug room. I didn't look up K-State and I apologize, but KU has an institutional drug room, and that institutional drug room supplies the students who use on-campus medical services, and this allows the students to get the aid that they need without necessarily needing to go off-site to a traditional brick-and-mortar pharmacy. Now, the changes to this regulation fall primarily within two buckets. First, the current regulation currently just repeats standards that are already set out in other regulations. So, for example, the regulation spells out word by word the standards that could easily be summarized by just simply saying, referencing KAR 68715 and KAR 7-16. So what this amendment is doing is just looping in those references instead of just repeating it and potentially having incongruencies where one was changed but not the other. The other change that the board is making is to clean up the handoff moment between the former supervisor of an institutional drug room and the next supervisor. So when one supervisor of the drug room is resigning from their position and a new one is brought in, the handoff, the inventory of all the controlled substances and drugs of concern can happen simultaneously. Previously, that was not really contemplated within the regulation, so we're allowing these this inventory to happen together at the same time. And this is something that's already been done in pharmacies for the last couple decades, but it's, for some reason, institutional drug rooms were left behind.
Thank you. And if there are no questions, we're going to try to keep the committee on time. So if you could be a little more brief on the last two regulations, that'd be helpful, and see if we have any questions.
Absolutely. The next regulation I'll be discussing is KAR 689-1, and this is electronic data storage systems. Or in other words, the computer system that each pharmacy or registered facility uses to record information like prescriptions and patient information. While I will say that there are a lot of markups on this regulation, I will say that also a lot of these are just reorganizations for this particular regulation. So beforehand, it was sort of a mix between policies and procedures and requirements, and those were sort of like mixed in together. So what we did is we clarified that subsection A, policies and procedures, subsection B is system requirements. In addition, there were some errors found within the regulation. For example, insure was, and that's spelled with an I as in insurance, was used when it should have been insure, and that would have been spelled with an E for to guarantee. And then finally, the change to this one was to acknowledge that in a new policy and procedure needs to be in place for what happens when the system goes down. For example, say severe weather, like Kansas definitely hasn't been experiencing recently. What happens when the system goes down and how you're going to restore data to the system in that event. Once again, this is policy and procedure. The individual pharmacy can decide the best way to do that. We're not telling them how to do it. We just say you have to have some policy for if that happens.
Seeing any questions, go ahead.
The final regulation that I'll be discussing is KAR 6814-9. And in order to first discuss this, I do need to explain DSCSA, and that is the Drug Supply Chain Security Act. This is a federal act that went into place in 2013 in response to a 2012 pharmaceutical disaster. And the requirements of this were supposed to roll out over a period of 10 years. As you might imagine, those requirements kind of got delayed and delayed and delayed. DSCSA primarily works by establishing record keeping and reporting requirements in each step of the pharmaceutical supply chain. So the moment the ingredients for these drugs are created, to the moment that these ingredients are then taken and manufactured into the drug, to the moment that those drugs are then shipped to the pharmacy, and then finally dispensed to its ultimate user, the patient. Every step of this chain, there is an information handoff that occurs as a federal requirement. What this regulation is, and by the way, I should note that DSCSA is already required for all pharmacies in Kansas to follow, not just from federal law perspective, but also state law. That is something that's been around since, I believe, 2017. Where this regulation is coming into play is the notification process. Because right now, if a drug ever is quarantined because it is suspected as being illegitimate or there's concerns about it, the the company or the step in the chain that owns the drug at that moment has to notify the FDA as well as anyone that they sent that drug to. They don't have to notify the Kansas Board of Pharmacy pursuant to the federal statute. We're adding the requirement, you also have to notify the Kansas Board of Pharmacy, so that way the Kansas Board of Pharmacy can act in the case that there was ever a moment where, there may be another fungal outbreak, which is what happened in 2012. So it's just a notification process. You have to notify Kansas Board of Pharmacy, so the Kansas Board of Pharmacy can be on top of things as well.
Thank you. Senator Tyson has a question.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, I'm going to go back to the previous rule and reg. I had notes in here that it says that that they are requiring an identification number. Why are you requiring? It's on page 3 of 68-9-1. 5. Provide a method of numerically identifying each patient's prescription. Why in a rule and reg requiring a number for prescription?
I'm sorry, I was catching up at the moment. You said page 3 and then.
I'm sorry.
Yes. That already happens within each pharmacy system. Each time a patient is prescribed a medication, it's already being assigned a number, and we're just making sure that that's being recorded within the system itself, so that way they have records to go back to.
So, Madam Chairman, it just bothers me that they're putting to this level of detail in rules and regulations, because it can further require systems, certain electronic systems to be used. I just see it going down a rabbit hole that we probably shouldn't be going down. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any, then I think your work here is done. Appreciate your appearance and your testimony and answering questions today. Committee, we're going to then hear from the Department of Commerce, the Athletic Commission, and we have Justin Gwynn, Executive Director, here. Please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Madam Chair, members of the commission or the committee, I appreciate your time. My name is Justin Gwynn. I am the Executive Director of the Kansas Athletic Commission. Today, what we will be talking about are the changes to KR 128-6-4, 128-2-1, and 128-2-3. I've prepared just a brief statement and an overview. If you guys have any questions, we can dive into the specifics afterwards. These amendments are intended to improve athlete safety, additionally align Kansas with nationally recognized combat sports standards, and improve the efficiency of the administration. None of these changes create new burdens that are unique to Kansas. Rather, they bring Kansas more in line with the practices already used throughout professional combat sports, while ensuring our commission can effectively protect athletes and administer events. So the first regulation that we'll see is 128-6-4. It is the new modified rules of MMA that the Association of Boxing Commissions has put out. It's widely used by every state in the country. It authorizes the use of the 12-6 elbow, and it also redefines a grounded fighter. So anything other than the hands or the soles of the feet constitutes a grounded fighter.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, not seeing it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you so much. So I just recently received an email or a text message from Nico Hernandez, who won a silver medal, I believe, in the Olympics, lives here in Wichita. So he has a boxing rink. He teaches young men. So is this regulation standard that you just described only for that professional boxing combat, or would it also apply to his boxing school? Thank you.
No, so this rule change is only for mixed martial arts. It does not affect boxing. Mixed martial arts is the only, well, it's one of the few disciplines that does allow for elbows. Boxing does not. Boxing is strictly hands to the upper section of the body. So it will not
Okay,
affect Nico. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Carmichael.
Thank you. I appreciate Senator Faust Godot communicating with Mr. Hernandez, as I recall it is. These regulations, they apply to professional boxing bouts?
So this particular regulation only applies to professional mixed martial arts.
Okay,
So what you
I'm
would,
sorry.
what you would see in like UFC or
Or what I
that
would see at
style.
the Octagon on the president's birthday.
Huh?
Would it be like what happened at the Octagon on the president's birthday? I didn't see it. Never
To an
mind.
extent, it would be. I don't
Okay.
know that, but yes, that's the
Okay,
style
I'm
of-
sorry. Yeah, I had that backwards. Does this have any applicability to amateur activities, or is it only prize, whatever they call what happens in cages and octagons and stuff?
So our amateur rules are different than our professional rules. We
Okay.
do not, there's a little bit more safety considerations because of the lack of experience on the amateur side. So these regulations would only apply to the professional MMA.
So is there a different set of regulations that apply to amateur?
It's a
activities?
modified rule set that we allow the referee as the sole arbiter in conjunction with our regulations to say for amateurs, there will be no head strikes in this match or et cetera, depending on the discipline that we're doing. Obviously, boxing has different rules than MMA.
I have no expertise in this area. Thank you for helping me a little bit.
Yes.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any.
The second regulatory change is 128-2-1, and this is just their general licensure requirements. And what we've changed on this is no contestant shall be permitted, it's in section C, no contestant shall be permitted to compete or serve in any contest unless the current medical certifications have been submitted to the commission as provided in KAR 128-2-3. So basically what this is a 48-hour suspense on all licensing and blood work requirements. For professional fighters, we have to have 3 panel tests, HIV, Hep B, and Hep A testing done, or Hep C. So what we experienced was we were getting a lot of these submissions late, day of weigh-in. Some guys trying to do it day of the fight. So what we've done is say, hey, look, we need at least 48 hours to have adequate time to process all of your blood work, all of your licensing, and make sure that you are good to go. Because the last thing we want to do is to have on a weigh-in day or fight day, say, hey, look, your medicals aren't good, you can't fight, then the promotion loses an entire fight. So what we've done is said, hey, 48 hours prior to weigh-in, we need to be 100% on your blood work, your state license, and your federal license, and that's all that is.
All right, I'm not seeing any questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then the last one is the defining a more specific time period for how long blood work is good for, 128-2-3. For professionals, 6 months is how long their blood work will be good for, and then amateurs for a year.
All right, I don't see any questions here either, so I think that's your presentation today. You've got the 3 regulations, and thank you very much for appearing today in your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair,
Appreciate it.
members of the committee.
Thank you. Next committee, we will hear from Kansas Bureau of Investigation, Patrick Porubsky, Laboratory Operations Manager. Please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
My name is Patrick Porubsky. I'm a Laboratory Operations Manager at the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. I'm here before you today to talk about KR 10-22-1 that the KBI seeks to amend. As background, KSA 22-2902C allows for a court during a preliminary examination to admit into evidence an alleged controlled substance if certain requirements are made. One of those requirements is that the alleged controlled substance has been subjected to a field test approved by the director of the KBI. KR 10-22-1 is the regulation specifying those approved field tests. It currently consists of reagent-based tests, instrument-based tests, and immunoassay-based tests. The KBI is proposing the addition of an additional instrument-based test to this KBI director-approved list. The name of that test is Detectachem's Apex R7 Raman spectrometer. So just to give a little bit of background on that instrument, the Apex R7 is a handheld detection device. It shines a laser beam onto a substance, and based on the light that scatters off of that substance, that gives what we call a spectrum. That spectrum is compared to a library within the instrument to be able to do a preliminary identification of a substance. We performed a robust validation at the laboratory and to determine the viability of the instrument as a field test for law enforcement. The results of this validation were documented and formally reported to the KBI director for evaluation and approval. This product is not a requirement. It is just an additional tool for law enforcement if they choose to use it. There are currently 4 other instruments in KAR 10-22-1 that use that same type of Raman technology. So thank you for your time today. And if you have any questions about the instrument or our evaluation, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Representative Carmichael.
I think I understand what you just told me. I'm not a scientist, okay? But apparently this new detection test, I got the impression from reading these regs that it was particularly applicable to fentanyl. Is that right? Wrong or otherwise?
This one not specifically.
Okay.
So Raman technology is most useful when a substance is pure. Most of the fentanyl that we encounter in the laboratory is highly cut. So we did test some fentanyl items when we did this evaluation. And when we used neat drug standards that we buy from a company that prepares standard materials for us, it was able to identify fentanyl and some fentanyl analogs.
Okay. I misunderstood. What is this particular test principally used for?
Just for the identification of controlled substances. But one of the things that's most strong about this instrument is its use on substances that are relatively pure. So the methamphetamine we see in our state is most often very pure. Also sometimes cocaine, but it would depend on that particular sample type.
Do you use this device to test what I think some people refer to as flour or popcorn marijuana?
No, this device would not be appropriate field test for marijuana.
Okay, even though it's a controlled substance.
Yes, sir. All of these tests have limitations.
Similarly, edibles is used to try to see if a piece of candy, heaven forbid, has THC in it.
What this instrument would tell you was that if it was a gummy or if it was a hard candy, it would tell you that sugar was there. It wouldn't tell you about the trace materials in an item like that.
Sounds like a great test. My final and more serious question is, you go through this rigorous testing process in your laboratory to see if the new piece of technology does what it claims it can do and does it accurately, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you prepare a report to the director of the KBI, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that report and your test results from your in-house validation, is it a public record that I can request so I can see what you do and what results you obtain when you do one of these certifications?
I don't believe that there's anything that would prohibit us from sharing that. There is one document with some of the results that contain specific case numbers that we may need to redact before we share with you all. But I don't believe anything else prohibits us.
Okay, well, let me just ask one other question, though. How does a specific case number become relevant to determining if a new piece of technology or a new device is accurate or not? Why would a particular criminal case number get involved in that analysis?
Because part of our testing protocol is to actually test these samples on seized drug samples that are submitted to our laboratory by law enforcement. And then we compare those results to the rigorous laboratory testing that we do for every case at the laboratory.
Okay, I'll try to get your request in the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Fausto has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, you said that this tool is optional for law enforcement to use. So do you mean that they could use that on the actual site of, let's say, a drug bust? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. So they could use that in the field. What I was meaning by optional is that this regulation lists many different tests that have been approved by the KBI director, and this is just one additional option.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, so sir, but law enforcement could use it, right, at a scene where fentanyl overdose, etc. So they can use it in the field, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mhm.
Thank you. And how long has this technology been around?
Ramen technology in general, it's been around.
No, the regulation that's directed to, is it just ramen technology in general or a specific piece of equipment?
The regulation that we're updating is
Yes.
for just a particular piece of equipment.
That's my question. So how
Yes, ma'am.
long has that been in existence?
I believe this device has been in existence for a couple years.
A couple two, a couple 10?
That's a great question. I don't know off the top of my head exactly when Detectichem released this device.
Okay, and so this is a private company and Kansas would be purchasing this technology?
Yes, this is a private company. Just like anything else on the approved field test list, this would be something that they would purchase from a vendor to use for their preliminary examinations.
And you named one vendor. What was that name again?
Detectichem,
And where are they based out of?
Texas.
Texas, okay. And how much is one of these devices? And how many does Kansas intend to purchase? Do we own any already?
Not that I know of, because this regulation hasn't been approved. So if anyone purchased them, they wouldn't be able to use them for preliminary hearings. But the devices themselves cost about $27,000.
$27,000. And this is a piece of equipment that's taken out into the field, so well, it's taken out into the field, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many, if the regulation is approved, would the Bureau be seeking?
I don't know that the Bureau is seeking to purchase any devices. This is specifically for any law enforcement agency in Kansas. So we have a procedure where people can request our evaluation and request the director to evaluate the information that we can generate in the laboratory. And so this was an external request.
And where'd the request come from?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but it was a law enforcement agency outside of the KBI.
But you don't remember which one?
I don't. I have it documented. I can share that at the same time with Representative Carmichaels if you'd like.
And was it just one or was it more than one that would be making that request?
Usually a single request is what initiates our process. And we have it scheduled. So because testifying in front of you all in this regulatory process can take 8 or 9 months for us to get through, we try to cluster those at the beginning of the year so that by the beginning of the next year, hopefully we'll be able to roll out those regulations.
Thank you. Appreciate you answering the questions. Any other questions? Not seeing any, then I think that concludes the regulations you have before the committee today. So thank you very much for your appearance and your testimony and for answering questions today.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Next, we will hear from the State Board of Examiners in Optometry, and we'll be hearing from Dr. Gary Beaver, Secretary Treasurer. Please introduce yourself and welcome to committee. Make sure your microphone is on, please.
Yes. I am Dr. Gary Beaver. I'm Secretary Treasurer of State Board of Examiners in Optometry. I'm appearing before you regarding 65-8-4. We had a member of our board, our former executive director, appear before this committee before on this topic, but regrettably she was unable to answer some technical questions at that time that the board had. What we are doing is updating or modernizing at least 30-year-old component of the statute, which is the PD portion on a prescription, PD standing for pupillary distance. And at the time this was put in place, probably even longer than the former statute, there were basically about 4 types of lenses, and minimal measurements were needed to properly fit those. Back at that time, basically a ruler was used to measure that. Later on, this was used to measure, and now a computer scans you while the particular frame is setting on your face to take the proper measurements, because with lens technology changes, we need much more accurate measurements. If we have a PD listed on a prescription that's filled by an optician somewhere else, and the frame that is on the patient's face that they have selected doesn't fit properly and those measurements need to be changed or done, they're not able to change those because they don't have statutory authority to do that. Basically, what we're saying is with modern technology, that needs to be done at the location where the frame and the glasses are being fit at the time. And by removing the PD, that allows them to do that. At the time, Jay Carr had put forth a few questions that we responded to the former chairman, Representative Wassinger, that we responded to on January 15th of 2025. I'm basically here today to answer any of those technological questions that you might have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Senator Tyson. All right, I'll allow that. So Representative Carmichael.
I think we learn more from the senator's questions than from my own, but I'll take a stab at this. My concern when we last heard this was that this regulation represented an attempt by the board to prevent Kansans from obtaining mail order glasses.
And that would be incorrect, sir.
Well, I understand you think it's incorrect, but I'm not sure of that, okay? When I go to my optician, my optometrist, he gives me a script. It has my refraction, it has my astigmatism correction, etc., and it has that papillary distance right there on the script. So that if I don't want to buy my glasses from him, that I can go online and order my glasses from frames.com or somebody like that, and there's the papillary distance. You're saying that each individual set of frames somehow changes the distance between the pupils of my eyes?
No, what I'm saying is with many of the new lens designs, that changes how that lens needs to be fit in relationship to the frame and the pupillary distance. There are some prescriptions that it wouldn't make any difference one way or another. But how you would fit, especially some of the newer progressive lenses that anyone 40-year-olds and older might have, how you fit that lens in this frame versus this frame is totally different, and giving you a pupillary distance that was measured with a ruler or even an instrument that you looked into would be incorrect, or you would not have as successful of an outcome. In some cases, with some patients with certain prescriptions, could actually do some harm, or at the very least, from a consumer basis, you may spend money that you're kind of throwing away.
So if I want to order my glasses over the internet, mail order from, I made up a company called frames.com, how do I get a pupillary distance for them to use if my doctor didn't tell me what it is?
Well, you should be able to buy your glasses anywhere you want. What we're saying is whoever is fitting you with those glasses should be qualified and have the equipment to be able to do that. And many of the online companies do have that because they have the ability to show you what the frame is going to look like on your face even while you're doing it there online. And if they have the ability to show you that, they have the ability to take those same measurements at the same time.
Of the gamut of glasses sold in Kansas, you told me that there's apparently a subset where the pupillary, and I said papillary has to do with perfusion, I apologize.
You're fine.
The pupillary distance for a lot of glasses is the same. It's only a particular category of lenses where it would need to be specifically measured to take into consideration the particular frame?
So I said the predominant ones that would be affected would be progressive lenses. You also have patients that have prisms in their glasses
Okay.
for alignment.
Right.
It also affects those. It also affects people more with the channels in those progressive lenses. And pupillary distance is a relative measurement that when you had strictly straight line bifocals, single vision lenses, it really wasn't as relevant. But you can change your pupillary distance even by measuring it just one eye versus the other. I'll give you an example of my own. There's something called exophoria where the eyes want to turn out, or esophoria where the eyes want to turn in. If I cover one eye, my other eye will go out 13 units. If I'm not measuring that with both eyes open at the same time, that pupillary distance will just sit there and fluctuate. But the patient, and I agree, should be able to buy their glasses anywhere. But I'm saying that for them to have a quality outcome, that person that's selling them those glasses need to take a more exact measurement while they're wearing the particular frame they're going to be using at that time. Because otherwise, they're going to have some prescriptive issues that's a problem. I can give you an exact example of a patient that I've seen for years that this happened yesterday. I wrote her prescription. It had the PD measurement that you're referring to on it. She has twice ran into the side of her garage door. I believe after working with her yesterday and trying to find that out as to why she might have been doing that where it hasn't ever happened before, she hasn't moved, is because they weren't fit properly with the measurements and everything that I was taking. But her pupillary distance was on there. The facility that fit her glasses did not have the authority to change that number on there, and it should be done by the people selling and fitting the glasses at that time.
You make a point that I wasn't aware of previously. I'm still not persuaded that this isn't an anti-competitive regulation designed to encourage purchase of frames from ophthalmologists or optometrists, excuse me, to the detriment of mail order companies. And I think it's really designed to cost Kansans more money. But I'm not expert enough to contradict what you just said.
The one comment I would make on that line, sir, is we want somebody, first of all, they need to have healthy eyes. Second of all, wherever they decide to purchase their things, they need a quality outcome. And with the expense of some of these today, they can be $300, $400, $500 into it, and they don't need something that's just going to sit in the drawer because it doesn't work.
Thank you. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I thank the good representative for his questions. I adamantly agree with him. This just doesn't feel right. I would like to see you actually withdraw the proposed rules and regulations. I just finished an eye appointment, and having this information is critical. And I know that you're worried about the quality and the outcome of the patient, but that is, you know, I'll go there, I guess. The legislation that we passed this year that passed a majority of the legislators, you're allowing laser surgery on people's eyes now from optometrists that have never performed the procedure before. So how is that a concern for the outcome and quality of the patient? I'm just confused that
So-
you are on this end of the spectrum. Yeah, we're concerned about the patient, but on the other end of the spectrum, we're willing to allow procedures that could be much more dangerous.
Madam Senator, I attended optometry school 37 years ago, and the procedures that you're referring to now, I actually did perform during optometry school. So that did happen, and SCO in Memphis, when I attended years ago. As far as this, I, in my secretary treasurer position, am the one that receives several of these consumer complaints, and issues that I'm dealing with involve some of the very measurements and problems that I'm looking at right here. We're not trying to inhibit anybody. There's still the ability to order. These measurements are done. Actually, many of the online people are owned by the very laboratories that make these lenses. So nothing about this. We polled after Jay Carr's comments last time, the other states and regulatory boards, and about half of them have updated the same statute and then are doing the same thing.
Just because they're doing it in other states doesn't make it.
No, but that was our
And the other
follow-up.
thing is, you said you performed it 30 years ago.
37.
So my eye doctor, yesterday, I made a comment that I'm suggesting to everyone, when these surgeries are recommended,
Mhm.
that they ask how many times the doctor has performed those surgeries.
Sure.
And yes, he adamantly agrees and is telling everybody the same thing.
Sure.
So, because our eyes are very important. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Committee, other questions? Not seeing any, then I think that that covers what you've got in your presentation today. So appreciate your testimony, appreciate you being here and answering questions.
You bet.
Thank you. Committee, next we will hear from the Office of Attorney General, Matt Bingesser, Administrative Counsel. Please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Matt Bingesser with the Office of the Attorney General. And today we're going to be presenting rules and regulations relating to Kansas Land and Military Installation Protection Act, codified in KSA 483801 through 483808. And so the Attorney General's rulemaking authority under this act is relatively narrow. The KSA 48-3806 authorizes the Attorney General to adopt regulations only regarding the reporting of non-notified transactions by the public and in the transmission of such information obtained by the Attorney General to CFIUS and other state officials. The latter portion of this statute already provides sufficient direction for us and does not require additional regulatory clarification. Accordingly, the regulations proposed today are limited to establishing a structured process for the public to report non-notified transactions. So proposed regulation 16-22(1) establishes several definitions used within this article, including the definition of act, CFIUS, and informant's report. 16-22-2 establishes a standardized process for members of the public to report potential non-notified transactions to the Attorney General. This regulation further identifies the information that should be included in a report, such as the property involved, the parties to the transaction, any known foreign interests, and the basis for believing the transaction was not reported as required by law. The regulation also permits reports to be submitted electronically through the Attorney General's website or by mail using the prescribed form provided by the Attorney General. These regulations are procedural in nature and are intended solely to provide a clear and uniform reporting process consistent with the authority granted by the legislature. As a result, no economic impact is expected to result from the adoption of these regulations. So I thank you for allowing me to give this brief summary. Our team today is Chief of Staff Michelle Schroeder and Deputy Attorney General Amber Smith from our Public Protection Division. That is the division that has assigned the power under this act. And so we'll take your questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. And now would be the appropriate time if there are any questions. I do have a couple. I looked yesterday afternoon at the online portal to make the reports, and I have the printout of what's the questions for submitting I think it was called a report of a complaint online. And it seems to me that the report requesting information online is not as robust as proposed in the regulations. So, for instance, I don't see, I don't see is there a part where a description of any known foreign interest involved in the transaction? Let me make sure if that wasn't even requested in the online form, I don't think. I mean, it's not consistent in any event. On online, it says name of individual and then parens, foreign principal entity, business holding company. And for instance, in KAR 1622-2, subsection B7, the regulation proposes that the complainant making the report provide any information about any foreign interest in real property that may be detrimental to the interests of the state of Kansas. And I don't see that question anywhere in the online form.
Amber
Am I-
Smith with the Public Protection Division. Senator, are you looking at this form? This is the self-registration form. And then the online form, it is not as attractive when printed because it's a guided interview. Okay.
Yes, this is what
Okay.
I'm looking for.
Okay.
Looking at, excuse me. So I appreciate the regulation. It's just when we're actually taking in the information from the complainant, why aren't we asking the very relevant question of any information about foreign interest in real property that may be detrimental to the interests of the state of Kansas?
These forms were put in place shortly after the statutory act went into effect, and so they predated our drafting and hopeful promulgation of these regulations. The idea at the time was that if a layperson was making a report, we did not want to deter them from completing the report if they did not have that level of specific information. The form does allow the additional info portion for them to provide all of the additional information, but because some of this may require, even for us, it may require some additional knowledge gain from our intelligence partners, we didn't want to discourage a layperson from completing a report based on a lack of information, and believed that we could use what they gave us to further substantiate the complaint or report.
Would it be a good idea to at least ask the information? Ask for the information. Do you have any information about any foreign interest in real property that may be detrimental to the interests of the state of Kansas? The question isn't even asked in the online questionnaire.
Absolutely, and we can modify what is displayed online fairly easily. And so in addition to that feedback, we will certainly go against what is put into effect in the regs to ensure that they are consistent between what is online and what is in the regs.
Yeah, and I think that would be helpful both to the public and also for the state of Kansas in seeking to protect our interests that are at stake. And I also did have trouble finding the form to print out. It says in the regulation at subsection C, or by mail using the form provided by the Attorney General. A physical form may be obtained from the Attorney General or downloaded from the official website, and I didn't see anywhere for that.
That's fair criticism, and when I was preparing for this, it wasn't easily located by myself or my team either, and that's something that we can certainly make more prominent on the website fairly easily.
Great, and I would think these would be relatively easy adjustments since they're online on the website, and to make it consistent if this regulation were to be enacted or promulgated. Thank you. Representative Wassinger and then Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question. In this, it's asking for the legal description and the acreage. And if you're talking about lay people doing this, I have a title company, so finding the legal description of something is fairly easy for me. But when there's a large amount of acreage, you're talking about minutes and seconds, and I'm not sure many lay people know how to do that or who to call. So will this still be able to be submitted without that information?
Yes, based purely on how the website operates and the completion of the forms online, it will still be transmitted to us. These aren't required fields to be filled.
So if it is empty, it will still be transmitted.
Okay,
to
you might
us.
need to make that a little more obvious because I would think, I don't need, I don't have no idea what the legal description is. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And the regulation does state each informant's report shall be submitted in writing and shall include. So it's very critical that the online form ask these questions. And like I had said, it doesn't even ask the questions. So it needs to be some consistency when and if these are promulgated. But thank you. Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. So once you get the information, then what's your obligation going forward?
So once we receive a report of a non-notified transaction, we do have an investigator that is responsible for looking into it. We utilize a variety of tools, both open source and as well as information that we can get as a law enforcement agency. And so we will look in to verify the ownership chain, the relationship. We also have a partnership with KBI, with the Fusion Center assets at KBI. We do use them in some of our investigations. And then at this point, we have received 3 self-reports, registrations within the deadline, so there's no action to be taken there. And then we've received 1 report of an alleged non-notified, which was outside of our jurisdiction because it contained Missouri land. So we have not actually stepped through that workflow yet, but in going through the investigatory process, if we do determine that it meets the standards for divestiture, we have an attorney that has then developed a workflow process to commence a partition or a divestiture proceeding.
And to follow up, is there anyone in the legislature would get a report from you annually, or what's coming up, where you found it, where the property is, and what the timeline? Who would you be reporting to?
That, excuse me, that is set out in the statute. We are responsible for reporting annually by February 1 of initially the implementation steps and then anything within the past year. Then we also report to an identified list of recipients of any non-notified transaction that we do receive that becomes actionable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Wagner.
Yes, no, thank you for being here. Again, I'm not sure if this would be for you or for your council. What bill was this from? 24, 25, and are we referencing? And just where I'm going with this, I mean, I don't exactly have a memory of one that was just for any foreign investment. I remember it was for, countries, adversarial nations. But is this a more just general, any foreign transaction is suspect?
Yes, this came from 2025 legislation, House Substitute for Senate Bill 9. It does speak to countries of concern, which is enumerated in the legislation, owning land in Kansas, specifically within 100 miles of any military installation in Kansas. And so with that being the jurisdictional boundary, we look at whether it's ownership of land, and then the identified countries of concern. Also, it calls back to some federal code, which identifies other countries or entities of concern as
well. So why is not within the regulations, the definitions about countries of concern instead of from just any foreign transaction? I mean, a description of any known foreign interest involved in the transaction, I mean, can be a bunch of Canadians or something, which I don't think is a concern.
I'll defer a little bit to my administrative counsel on this, but with the definition being in the statutory scheme, it was not necessary in the regulatory scheme to list out the countries of concern or any other authority that would identify the organizations in this act.
Thank you. Have there been reports made since the law was enacted in 2025?
There have been 1 report made. As I noted previously, 3 entities registered with us or sort of self-reported their ownership by the deadline after the statute initially went into effect. And then we did receive 1 report of an alleged non-notified transaction. However, the land ownership was within Missouri, so it was outside of our state. so not actionable.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any, then thank you very much for your presentation, and Mr. Bangesser as well. Thanks for the testimony and answering some questions. Appreciate it. Committee, that keeps us early for our morning break, which was scheduled at 10:30. So if we could, I'd like to take our break now, and we'll resume at about 10:30, 10:35, just to keep us on schedule, because I think our 10:40 presenters just walked in the room, I think, right? We have the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Division of Public Health, Bureau of Family Health coming up next, and they're in the room. So let's take a 10-minute break till about 10:32, 33, something like that. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for standing by while the committee was in recess for a short morning break. We're going to get back to our agenda then, and we're going to hear from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Division of Public Health, Bureau of Family Health, and I think we have a couple of different presenters today, including Derek Flairledge, Senior Deputy Division Director, Allison Dalrymple, Director, Bureau of Public Health Services, and if needed, we have here today Jennifer Manuel, Director of Systems and Field Services, Child Care Licensing, Bureau of Family Health. So please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
All right, thank you.
Is your
Hopefully you
microphone
guys
on?
can, it is. I just got to
Great.
talk a little bit louder and project myself. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Derek Flerlog. I'm the Senior Deputy Division Director. Usually I just call myself the Deputy Director for Public Health at KDHE. For the last 3.5 years, up until about December or January, I was the Director for the Bureau of Family Health. And so that's kind of my purpose here. Just had child care licensing oversight at the agency for the last several years. You mentioned Allison Dalrymple. We've all kind of shifted in our roles. She's provided kind of been something of our regulatory specialist over that same time frame as well. And then Jennifer Manuel she's your regulation application specialist is how I would term her. And so if there are questions related to how we apply things specifically with providers in the field or even potential insight from providers, she is here to serve that purpose. Appreciate you all having us this morning. I wanted to just briefly mention a few things, and then we can talk about our approach and see if that works for everyone and kind of go from there. I'll turn it over to Allison in a few minutes. Some of you, if not all of you, may recall a few years ago we did a fairly hefty, what I would consider a hefty overhaul of our child care licensing regulations. Those were most applicable to our family child care homes. Actually, at the time, we had 2 separate license types for home providers. And in those changes, we consolidated those down to 1 provider. So we'll call them family child care homes. And then our centers, our child care centers, those changes back in 2023 and then effective, excuse me, in August of 2024 were really the purpose of those was to bring us up to kind of modern standards, modernized language. We had some federal pieces that we need to be in compliance with in order for the state to receive child care development, CCDF funds, which are also our child care assistance funds for providers and families and kiddos. So that was the bulk of those changes. The same approach that we took then is very similar to the ones that we took now. We really engaged with partners, with providers directly. Then we did a lot of Zoom meetings. We did 3 different listening sessions for those packets. This time around, these regulation changes reflecting a few changes that we've received on the changes in 2024 and clarifying a few things. We are proposing to, instead of having hands-free trash, being a little bit less prescriptive there, as well as fragrance-free disinfectant. So does it need to be fragrance-free? We got some feedback on that. So just trying to clean some of that stuff up. The main focus, 2 main focuses of this packet. The first one is out of school time, or what we may call school-age programs. You would think of most of these, Boys and Girls Clubs, YMCAs, some parks and recreation departments in various parts of the state that do these different programs throughout the year. One of the big asks that we got from that group of partners and providers was they wanted an opportunity to have access to child care assistance funds for some of their families and for the majority of the population that they serve. And there really was no path to that prior to this. The regulations were not up to federal standards in terms of what we needed to have access to those funds for these license types. And so way back when, a couple years ago, we held what we called an out-of-school time summit. We had the providers meet with us in person. We had an online option, of course, as well. And we really worked with them to draft these regulations in partnership. And so this has been in the making definitely for a couple of years. Obviously, as you are all very well aware of, House Bill 2045, which created the Kansas Office of Early Childhood, which we are just a week away from, believe it or not. We also needed to draft some language to be in compliance with that bill and some of the changes there. And so this packet also reflects that. So if you're thinking about this out of school time modernization and then House Bill 2045 compliance. That's how we've been viewing this specific package of regulations. The other thing I will call out is we are proposing to update our ratios for our family child care homes. So again, a couple years ago, we increased capacity in some areas. We're still maxed in a home at that 12 limit based on fire code for occupancy in a home. But we changed some definitions back then in terms of when an infant could move into that toddler age group in order to, we would say, quote unquote, graduate a younger child quicker, so then they can, have a free spot for an infant in that provider type in that home. We are proposing to move to a 1-to-4 ratio in homes from a 1-to-3. So this would allow a family child care home to provide care for up to 4 infants in homes. We don't call them infants, but up to 12 months of age. So from a 1-to-3 to a 1-to-4. I will say, just like we always do, and then the Office of Early Childhood will continue to do, we've monitored safety data over the last couple of years. We have not noted anything that would cause us any specific concern regarding safety complaints, regulatory, enforcement actions, anything like that causes us pause as far as moving to a 1-to-4. And this has been a common request from many providers and parties across the state. And so just wanted to kind of get ahead of that one and let you know as well. And as we've been telling providers and other parties, that data will continue to be monitored. That's something that the team looks at regularly on a regular basis. And so our intention today is to go over the regulatory changes with you all as specific as you would like. I'd also like, just up front, if there are questions, Madam Chair, we can take those now broadly. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Allison and kind of let her go line by line.
Thank you. For brevity's sake, I'm not sure line by line is required, but let's keep on track and mindful of our time and other conferees that are on this schedule today. And we do have a question from Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's real quick. When you're changing that from 1-to-3 to 4, are you speaking specifically of infants, or? And then the second part to the question is, so would that then require the adults providing for the children? Are you talking about 1 adult and then increasing it to 4 infants? Please clarify.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yes, so 1-to-4 provider ratio to infants in a home. So again, that's up to 12 months of age. And we have what's called tables in the regulations. And so when you look at that, you'll see if a provider has any range from 0 to 4 in that youngest category, then the amount of children that they can care for in the other age groups kind of evolves. And so, for example, you'll see if one provider is caring for 4 of the youngest children, then the other age groups are sort of altered in terms of the max number of children that they can care for in those age groups. Now, providers can shift kiddos to the right in that table as well. So you might see where it says 4, it'll say 0. I can't remember if it's that second middle or that third middle age group, but they are allowed to sort of shift kiddos to the right in that table. And they're always capped at a max capacity of 12, just based off of fire code. And so yes, I will mention in House Bill 2045, there was language that speaks to if a provider cares for up to 4 infants, then they are required to have continuing education or annual education specific to providing care to those infants. I hope that answers your question a little bit.
It does, definitely. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And I think the tables that you're referring to are in KAR 28-4-14, page 3 and page 4, if I have that correct. And You had said that they're capped at a maximum of 12, but that's not the case if you're one provider, right? Because I see on the table 1 that the max is 10 for any of the groups.
Yeah, and Allison, do you mind coming up and speaking about that a little bit? Because there are instances where in a home, you would have 2 providers. Like I said, it's 1 to 4 with a max. And so you could have a situation where there's 2 providers in the same home setting. Allison, if you'd have anything.
We could just keep that answer real brief because we need to get back in order of the regulations, and we do have another question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allison Dalrymple, Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Correct, so the maximum number of children in the home is 12 between the 2 providers. There is an option where 1 provider can have up to 12 kiddos as that max number, and that's Table 2 on 28-4-114, page 3 at the bottom there. If you have at least 5 years but under 10 years of age, that's your max of 12. The younger you get, the less kids that you have due to the safety concerns.
Sure, it makes sense for safety reasons. So with that, then a question from Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. One of the things that you mentioned earlier was a sort of graduation. Can you just, again, provide some clarity when it comes to that? Is this, for instance, moving a child out of the infant category before they achieve 12 months of age?
No, no, absolutely not. So I apologize, I'll clarify. In the previous changes in 2024, those age groups for that youngest, I believe, went up to 18 months. And so you would have a child in care in that younger age group from, 2 weeks to 18 months. And then what we did then was move that definition of that younger age group to 12. And so that's the graduation piece. Instead of reaching that 18-month threshold and then moving into that next age group, they are now moving into that next age group once they're beyond 12 months. And so the theory is that they're going from, we'll say infant, they're going from infant to toddler and then opening up, quote unquote, a spot for an infant.
Okay, and
Sooner,
so essentially,
6 months
so
sooner.
6 months sooner. So whereas before you were in infant basically from 2 weeks to 18 months.
Correct.
Now, infant, that cutoff is at 12 months.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, if we could backtrack and get, I think the first on your list is 28-4-92 for the regulations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allison Dalrymple, KDHE. I have like a very, very, very brief 1-sentence summary of some of these changes, but I'm happy to go into further detail if needed. 28-4-92 license fees. Proposed changes align with House Bill 2045 to remove fees for family child care homes, centers, preschools, school-age programs, and drop-in programs. 28-4-113 for definitions. Proposed changes also align with House Bill 2045 to redefine a family child care home and align with the bill. Additionally, we proposed removing the requirements for the disinfectant to be fragrance-free as part of the feedback we received after the first set of regulations passed through.
And let's make sure we stop after every about 4 or so of these regulations to make sure we have an opportunity for any questions. Thank you.
For 28-4-114, we discussed a little bit of that already for applicant licensee. Some of those proposed changes also align with 2045 to remove language around fees and adding that staff-to-child ratio that includes the option to care for 4 infants. 28-4-114A, those proposed changes align with House Bill 2045 to reduce the number of annual training hours to 10, and adding a requirement of 3 training hours for when 1 provider cares for more than 3 children under 12 months of age simultaneously, kind of going back to what Derek Flurlog said about if you have 4 infants, you have to have some additional training.
Thank you. And who provides the training?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Derek Flurlog with KDHE. So the training could be provided by, we have partners that provide that training throughout the state. So just to name a few, Kansas Child Care Training Opportunities, Child Care Aware, those sorts of, the state does have an opportunity to provide those trainings as well. And we've discussed, creating some of our own as well, even as child care transitions into the Office of Early Childhood, KDHE's public health. Maybe that's an area we want to, provide education in as well. So just throwing that out there.
Thank you. And Senator Tyson has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will start with, I appreciate the department's efforts on this, but you were part of the problem years ago before you were there that created these rules and regs that put most of these daycares out of business, and that's why we do have a major problem in the state of Kansas now. But I'm somewhat confused. Are you deleting the $35 fee on page on 28-4-92, or are you moving everybody to the $75 fee? How is that changing specifically?
Thank you, Senator. There are no more annual fees collected for any child care providers.
So it's just the filing fee for the original license then, the $75, because that isn't deleted.
So the $75 for maternity centers, child placement agencies, and child care resource and referrals agencies are not a part of child care facilities. Those are separate entities that have different purposes. Some of these regulations are tied to like old DCF regulations as well, where the maternity centers come into play as well.
So why did we get rid of it for some and not others? And I thank you very much for getting rid of that fee for the daycares. It was burdensome, especially for the smaller ones out in rural Kansas.
Absolutely. So all of the child care providers no longer have fees, homes, centers, preschools. None of them have to pay the fee for their annual licensure. Just those other facilities, the maternity centers, child placement agencies, and the resource and referral agencies.
So if I may, Madam Chairman, why did we get rid of the fee for some and not others?
Thank you, Senator. Derek again. So House Bill 2045 laid that out in terms of no more fees for child care providers. The other provider types are, I don't want to say unrelated to child care, but not your provider in this situation. So it would be a maternity center or a child placement agency that DCF oversees. So I might refer your question to those agencies, and if there are questions in how those are tackled. Some of this, we're just dealing with legacy language where a lot of these were tied together, where agencies existed in a different logistical manner before my time at KDHE. So what we tried to do was just separate the definition of who a child care provider is, I'll say in the most general sense, eliminate the fees for child care providers. And I mean, certainly we can evaluate the other ones and I can get you more information on maybe what oversight looks like on those and discussions with whomever that needs to happen with. I don't know I have a great answer for you, but we can definitely look into those.
Thank you. And I think our reviser has some additional information. So Ms. Pringle.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For child placement agencies and child care resource and referral agencies, those are regulated by DCF for purposes of out-of-home placement for children in need of care. So that's why you kind of see that separation between child in need of care and then child care facilities.
Thank you. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That tells me how it exists, but not the why we're still charging some and not others. So I'm looking for the why. If we could get rid of it for all of them, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And could you define a little bit what a maternity center is?
Thank you, Senator. Madam Chair, to be honest with you, I don't think I have a great answer for you. That is not something that's within my scope. And rarely do we get questions on it, if I'm being honest with you, but can certainly provide insight from KDHE from those that might.
Thank you. And since we're talking about different categories, I was just wondering if we had a better definition of that. And I think our reviser has some information. Ms. Pringle?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Maternity center is defined in 65503, and that is a facility that provides delivery services for normal, uncomplicated pregnancies, but does not include a medical care facility as described or as defined in KSA 65-425.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Seeing no other questions, then go ahead and proceed.
I do.
Sorry, Senator Faustico, I can't see that your hand is raised, but appreciate you speaking up. Go ahead.
But so thank you, Madam Chair. So when you mentioned two different entities, so and you're eliminating the fees for daycare providers. However, is there still a different licensure that one would need from KDHE? And then if they have a contract with DCF providing those daycare or child services, is there another licensure needed?
Thank you for the question. I just want to clarify, do you mean for a provider that wants to provide or have access to childcare assistance or childcare subsidy funding? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. We do have to license the, I want to be careful about what I say so that it's absolutely clear.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
KDHE has some requirements,
Mm-hmm.
and then DCF has some. So does that child care provider need 2 licenses?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. No, they do not. So the way we structure our regulations is to mirror the federal requirements for access to subsidy. And so if a provider is licensed, and that's the purpose of the out-of-school time or the school age program regulation changes here, is to mirror what is required by the federal government so that they can access those funds. But the provider themselves does not need a dual license. DCF does not license childcare. And then I think maybe more opinion-based, but moving into the Office of Early Childhood, those functions will be under the same roof. And so I think a little bit more collaborative. We've worked very closely with DCF on that, but there is not 2 licenses required. If they're licensed by KDHE, and then they do have to go through some steps to have access to those funds with DCF, now with OEC, but there's not a licensure or a fee that I am aware of tied to that. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't think there are any more questions, so go ahead and proceed. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For 122 for definitions, it covers all the definitions applicable for the general regulations, which cover both the homes and the centers and preschools. So we essentially just propose removing the requirement for the disinfectant to be fragrance-free, again, as part of that feedback from the first packet of childcare regulations. For 126, health of individuals at least 16 years of age. So health requirements, tuberculosis testing for employment records and health assessment forms only for residential centers and group boarding homes. So we propose removing the reference of a department-generated tuberculosis form and instead allow the tuberculosis results to be on any form, just kind of removes a requirement to have a specific type of form, and we now accept a wider range of documentation. For 128, safety and emergency procedures, for emergency plans and drills, standard precautions, first aid kit contents. We propose changing the reference of sanitation to disinfection and update the incorrect numbering that was passed at that time, just to correct some formatting, and change the use of the term sanitation to disinfect. For 129, swimming and wading activities, that includes regulations surrounding pools, hot tubs, and spa general safety and supervision, fencing, chemical concentration, safety, and things like that. So we propose removing the requirement that a fence is to surround the entire above-ground pool when it's connected to a deck or a berm that covers portion of the pool. And instead require some form of barrier then to prevent chance access to children. This was part of feedback. The language that we originally had added an additional requirement that was unintentional at the time. So due to the feedback, we then changed the requirements for fencing. And additionally, we updated that chemical monitoring only needs to be done during periods of use and not during times where the pool is not in use.
All right, that's 4. Any questions on any of those 4? All right, go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
For 130, transportation, driver requirements, license requirements, vehicle condition, safety checks, et cetera. We propose removing the prohibited use of the 15-passenger van in accordance with the House Bill 2045. For 132, childcare practices, this includes things like supervision, behavior management, prohibited punishment, hand washing, diapering, bedding, toileting, things like that. We propose removing the requirement of the trash containers to be hands-free, again, as part of the feedback from the first packet that went through. For 420, it's a definition reg, so we just updated that disinfectant definition to not needing to be fragrance-free. And for 284422, this is the application requirements. We clarified language regarding what constitutes as an exclusion, I believe, to mirror House Bill 2045 as well.
All right, any questions? All right, yes, Representative Wagner.
A question regarding the 15-passenger van. Can you explain, so that had been prohibited and now it's allowed? Is that the direction that this goes?
Thank you, Representative. During our initial regulatory review that was completed a few years ago, there was a restriction added to prohibit the use of 15-passenger vans. House Bill 2045 was passed to remove that restriction to allow 15-passenger vans. We are now just aligning with the House bill, so they aren't conflicting.
Thank you.
If I may.
Yeah, sure.
May I add, Representative, we've actually had that, we heard that feedback very early on in that process a couple years back. We've actually had that in a waiver as well. And so they've been allowed for the last few years. We're just now formally, I guess, readopting its allowance and regulation. So it was dictated in the bill, but we've also, through regulation waivers, been able to grant that. So,
no, thank you.
Thank you. If you want to go ahead and proceed, thank you.
Thank you. For 284423, this is about the physical location of the facilities. We propose to align with House Bill 2045, reducing the number of indoor square feet required per child from 35 to 28. For 284426, administration, this includes things like line of authority, admission policy, insurance, staff records, et cetera. Propose removing the statute referenced to discrimination. It was just an oversight of the reference. For 284429, staff qualifications. This includes qualifications for the program director, lead teacher, and assistant teacher. We propose to clarify that a program director may act as a lead teacher when licensed for up to 60 children. And then for 284430, we propose changes to align with House Bill 2045, removing the requirement of brushing each child's teeth daily, which was removed as a requirement in House Bill 2045.
Thank you. And 284429 also removes the requirement that assistant teachers shall be at least 16 years of age.
Give me just a moment, ma'am.
284429, page 4.
The version I have has that the 16 years of age was already an approved change. It's not a change made with this set of regulations. Does that look correct to the revisers?
It's struck through on our version, so I would think it would be proposed today. Do I have that right, or is that not correct? That's what the form says that was provided to us from the department.
Just one second.
And it looks like it's in alignment with 65-508 from the 2025 session.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
I see it now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, but that's a
My
proposed
mistake.
today. Yeah, you bet. No problem. So with that, then, those are 4. Do we have any questions? All right, go ahead and proceed then.
For 284437, for child care centers for the outside area, we proposed aligning with House Bill 2045, reducing the number of outdoor square feet required per child from 75 to 60. For 284440, programs serving infants and toddlers, the unit shall be conducted on the ground floor, prohibit floor furnaces, equipment and furniture, number of toilet training devices required, et cetera, is included in that regulation. We propose increasing the number of children for when a toilet training device is needed in alignment with the increase in the number of children allowed in that age category to reflect the changes made in August of 2024. So we changed the number of children made, but we didn't adjust the number of toilets required for the children.
Thank you. And these regulations apply only to child care centers, not to schools
Child care centers and preschools.
and preschools. So if you're K through 12 and you're over the age of 5, then this wouldn't apply to what you'd be looking at. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any, then go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
For 284576, it's a definition reg. We propose removing outdated definition, modernizing terms, incorporating new definitions identified as necessary during the regulation review. This kind of kicks off the out-of-school time larger regulation review that we did, so it should have more changes than the previous ones that we had discussed. For 284577, this essentially is the terms of the temporary permit or license and exclusions. When a license is required, validity of a permit, requirements of the license. We propose consolidating several regulations into this regulation and restructure as well. We did the same thing with 284578 for applicant requirements. This includes things like requirements for an applicant of a license, multiple license restrictions, multiple facility requirements, et cetera. We propose consolidating, again, several regulations into this one, modernizing procedures and restructure. So you'll see that 578, 580, and 581 are all revoked because they were included in the previous two regulations.
All right, do we have any questions? Not seeing any. Go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So in those restrictions or changes of structure of a and I think you're talking about daycare centers, but this might be for a daycare home. At one time there was a restriction that if you had an older home with an attic and it had to be a certain feet tall and was that included in these changes?
Thank you
Or
for that.
addressed?
Thank you for that question. These regulations are neither centers nor homes. These cover the out-of-school time program or school-age program, so the YMCAs and Boys and Girls Clubs. As far as I'm concerned, your specific question, we did not address that in any version of the regulations that we've amended thus far or proposed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. For 284582, this is administration, training, and record keeping. We propose restructure, modernizing of the progresses, and incorporating some of the CCDF compliance on the record obtaining grace period to be able to qualify for that federal subsidy. For 284583, access to premises, safety of off-premises activities. We propose streamlining the regulation, modernizing the procedures as well. I don't have the specifics of each of these. These were pretty drastic, kind of, we modernized quite a few things, so I apologize that some of these are kind of pretty broad of just modernizing. If you have specific questions, I'm happy to go into them. And then for 284584, for background checks, we propose modernizing and updating terms as well. I believe maybe one more.
We have a question for just a minute. Let's stop right there, please. Representative Wassinger.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, what kind of leeway is given when you've applied for a background check and you can't get it through the AG's office fast enough? Even though you've made everything you could to try to get it taken care of.
Thank you so much. I'm Jennifer Manuel. I am the Director of Systems and Field Services for KDHE Child Care Licensing, soon to be Kansas Office of Early Childhood. I can address that a little bit. We are not able to, it really kind of depends upon what type of application you're submitting. But for example, we cannot issue a temporary permit to a facility until the applicant has fully cleared the background check process. And currently, you know, previously we were having some delays in that, but currently our average is about 12 days or less to get those returned once someone submits a complete packet. You know, they do have a bit of a process they have to go through where they do the fingerprints and also a waiver that gets submitted to KBI, and then we get those results back. So the time frame for those has decreased greatly in the past 3 or 4 years. But legally, we are not, per statute and regulation and Federal Office of Child Care Requirements, we can't issue that temporary permit until at least the applicant has cleared background check process. I hope that answered your question.
Somewhat. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and, yes, Representative Wagner has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In 4583 on safety of off-premise activities, it does say each applicant with a temporary permit and each licensee shall obtain prior written permission for each child to go off the premises of program-sponsored activities. Is that meant to be, specifically written, like ink and pen written? And is that just a one-time for the whole year, or is that for each individual event, or what exactly? Since they deleted as specified in another regulation,
Sure. Hi, Jennifer Manuel. Again, we have two specific off-premises permission forms that the facilities use. One form is specific to an individual field trip. So for example, we're going to take the children to the zoo. Here's the date and time we are doing that. Please sign your name and your child's name. And then we have a secondary form that is for repeated trips. So for example, some facilities may transport a child to and from school every day or to and from an activity. Then the parent only has to complete that form once for that activity, and it just remains on file for the entirety of their enrollment.
okay. So, but it is literally a written form. It's not just semi-text.
Correct, right. Well, it's a typed form, and then the facility would fill out where they're going and the address, and then the parents sign.
Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Faustigedo has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Jennifer, regarding the licensure, the background checks. So is that for just the applicant, the daycare provider, center provider, or is it for everyone in the home or facility? Or is it just for those caring for the children? And is there a somewhat of a, maybe a person had something negative on their record, but it's been a certain amount of time, are we allowing for those people to still get that license? Thank you. Or pass that background check. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It varies a little bit based upon the facility type. So for a family child care home, we do need every resident of the home to pass a background check. So depending upon the age, if it's a person's 18 years of age or older, then that does require fingerprinting as a resident in a family child care home. For children, children of the provider who are under age 18, that's a name-based background check once that person is 10 years of age. So 10 years of age and older, they get submitted for name-based, and then once they're 18 and still residing in the home. So for a home, it could be more than one person. It's the applicant and whomever lives in their home that is 10 years of age or older. For a child care center, it's the initial application, and then as they add staff, then those background checks clear. But we don't hold up the issuance of a temporary permit for a child care center or an out-of-school time program based on staff that they've just hired when getting ready to get started, because we know there's startups for that. And then regarding your secondary question of if there's something from a long time ago, my understanding is it would still come up as an issue with their background check, and then they would be notified that they are prohibited for childcare, and then there's always the expungement process is offered to them if they want to proceed with that.
Thank you very much.
You're not making a blanket statement about it expunging criminal history or.
It would depend
Right.
on what the
What's
charge
eligible
was.
for
Right, because some things
expungement
are
and
not.
what's not.
Right,
right.
yeah, I know there are some charges and felonies that cannot be expunged, and then they would just be prohibited. Correct.
Thank you.
And I wanted to clarify, Madam Chair, if I may, also for the Senator online, that these are federal rules. And so we've received clarification from the Federal Office of Child Care over the last few years on kind of definitions on their end of things, what is supervised access, unsupervised access to children, that sort of thing. And they also require that every 5 years, a fingerprint be redone. And so there's a process in place to recapture those from every provider across the state. And so some of this, we just have to meet those federal rules as well.
So it's a federal rule that every 5 years you have to be re-fingerprinted?
That is correct.
Do fingerprints change? I mean, I thought that was the whole point, that fingerprints don't change. So why are we fingerprinting every 5 years? Seems like a burden and expense.
Yeah, I wish I could speak to that. I think it's tied to the background check is my guess. But maybe our friends at OCC or KBI or FBI could answer that. I'm not sure.
All right, I'd like to take a look into that. But any other questions on these? Yes, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to think about that. And it seems, although your fingerprints wouldn't change, your activity may change. So they would have only checked to see if something prior to that fingerprinting had occurred. So this means that you'll go through that process again. And if you had to rob a bank to keep your daycare open, then maybe they'd find that out.
Right.
Well, it seems to me we could have that same information without the re-fingerprinting, because the fingerprinting doesn't change even if your activities do, but we'll see. All right, any other questions? Senator Francisco?
I'm assuming they're following federal rules, but we could ask our federal entities if they could, make a change to that, resubmit those fingerprints for that review.
Thank you for that. Okay, go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
I believe we were on 284585 for the building and outdoor premises. This includes things like safety and maintenance of the buildings, access, public recs, buildings that are not public, et cetera. We propose to add the storage, handling, disposal of hazardous items as a part of the CCDF findings and compliance. We also propose to include weapons and high-risk equipment storage requirements, update terminology and modernize process. So we've essentially just moved that weapons and high-risk activities from a different regulation to this one. For 284586 for outdoor summer programs, exemptions from certain regulations, specific requirements for outdoor programs, use of space and access to certain facilities. We propose removal of language from regulation that was relocated to another regulation, and we streamlined some of the processes there. 284587 staff member qualifications. Staff qualifications for the single or multi-site coordinator, which is kind of a new term with these changes. Site leader, group leader, assistant group leader, substitutes, volunteers, et cetera. The proposed amendments address the CCF requirements that all individuals caring for children complete foundational health and safety training, including medication administration training and first aid and CPR training. To clarify, the intent, medication is now incorporated as one of the foundational health and safety subject areas. Additional changes removed obsolete phase-in provisions and intended to allow a smooth transition to the 2017 amendments previously. We propose adding a maximum group size with exceptions and remove all references to 284428A for staff qualifications, essentially removing the tie to centers, as this is an out-of-school time or school-age program. They now have their complete own separate set of requirements. Additionally, we propose a rework of the positions required and their qualifications per regulation. This allows for greater program flexibility. This was part of feedback that we received from the school-age program or out-of-school time program partners and providers. They had some feedback on the number of staff allowed, who could be a director of which facility, multiple facilities, and so we included this multi-site coordinator role to help alleviate some of that burden. We also separated orientation from health and safety topics due to the requirement for health and safety training, which is now going to be annual to comply with the federal requirements of the training. And we lowered the number of annual training hours for staff.
Okay, any questions on any of those four? Not seeing any, then go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. 284588 for the program plan, program of activities.
Sorry, we missed, I missed a question, so if we could go back. Senator Tyson.
So using, you have a 12-hour or 6-month requirement or a 6-hour and a 3-month requirement. That doesn't make sense. And maybe I'm not reading this. There's a lot of strike throughs. That's why I'm asking for clarification, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you please clarify which?
So the way on page 2, if you come down and it strikes through down to where it says 12 hours, 6 months experience. It has 12 hours prior to that. Up in the second line, 12 credit hours from a regional accredited college or university. And then it down it says 6 months. It doesn't say an and or an or. I'm assuming those are and, because then you go down and there's an or statement, and the or statement says 6 hours and 3 months. So, yes, it's on. My mic's on. Yes. Maybe we can take this offline. I know it's detailed, but I'd like to know why it appears to read 12 hours, 6 months, or 6 hours, 3 months.
Thank you, Senator. To answer your question, hopefully, there is an option to be, the requirements to be a single or multi-site coordinator as written are the 12 credit hours from university or 6 months of experience providing care and supervision. And then there's the or has a combination of 6 credit hours and 3 months of experience. So it's education experience and.
There's no or between the education and the experience. There's only an or between the next education. Would you check technically on how that's written? I don't think it's written how you intend it.
Thank you, Senator.
To your response. Thank you.
I see that it is a bit confusing as I'm looking at it as well, so.
So they're
maybe some-
saying you can either have 12 months or you can have 6 months for a certain title or for another title. Is that what you're
It's a list, yes, ma'am. So first, second, or third, yes.
missing an or?
Thank you. All right, if you'll take a look at that offline and proceed as well. Thank you.
I don't believe, okay, so for 284588 for the program plan, program of activities and use of space, this includes things like available space requirements, materials, equipment. This is where the high-risk sports and recreational activities were from when we moved to those, the high-risk equipment over to the other previous regulation, and includes the children with special health care needs accommodation requests. We propose addressing language modernization and the program modernization as well. For 284589 behavior management, this includes timeout, prohibited punishment, and physical restraint. We propose to modernize that language and increase the use of de-escalation techniques. For 284590 health-related requirements, this includes things like tobacco use, health of individuals working or volunteering, TB testing, health of children, et cetera. We propose to allow the use of hand sanitizers when soap and running water are not available. Child immunization records are not required if the child attended a Kansas public or accredited non-public school in the preceding year. We removed health assessment language and modernized other language as well. And then for 284591 food prep, service safety and nutrition, we propose modernizing the procedures and language and removed unnecessary requirements.
Okay, any questions? I don't see any, so go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
284592, safety and emergency procedures. This includes things like telephone, emergency plans and drills, first aid kit, standard precautions, things like that. We propose to add procedures for responding to and preventing allergic reactions and continuity of operations to the emergency plan, removing CPR and first aid certifications, and to remove 284587, or to move to 284587. So those were all moved to a different regulation, and add any injury to a child or youth by an animal is now considered a critical incident. Those were mostly, those changes after they moved were in compliance with CCDF federal rule. For 284593 for transportation, our proposed amendments include modernizing the language, incorporating the drop-off and pickup site regulations that were removed from 284586, so a little bit of restructuring there. For 284594, swimming, wading, and water activities, we propose amending, we propose modernizing procedures, reducing requirements, and expanding the parameters for swimming pool sanitation and chemicals to make it less burdensome. For 284595, animals on the premises, this includes guidelines for animals, domesticated and non-domesticated animals being allowed on the premises. We propose to modernize language and procedures.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
For 284596, the day reporting programs, we modernized language and aligned the terms with the rest of the out-of-school time programs. The last, I think, 5 regulations we have now are the youth development programs, or the what used to be termed the drop-in programs. House Bill 2045 introduced a new term as a youth development program, so we've aligned with House Bill 2045 and the language throughout. That's the majority of these updates with the 700 series of regulations. So for 284700, we aligned with House Bill 2045, changed all terms of drop-in program to youth development program, removing the definition of a drop-in program and adding the youth development program. We've also aligned what a school-age child is defined as according to House Bill 2045. For 284701, we align with the House Bill 2045 to change the terms and removing all mention of fees. For 284702 for inspections, again, we just changed the term from drop-in to youth development program. Would you like me to finish or pause for that?
I just have a quick question on 700, page 2, subsection I. The definition of premises has been removed. Is that because it's defined somewhere else?
I could double check, ma'am, but I think it was included in the House Bill 2045 list of definitions. I could be wrong.
I think I'm going to phone a friend and ask our reviser, Ms. Pringle.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. 65527, which is the statute that governs youth development and school age programs, does define premises, and it defines it very similarly, means the location, including the building and adjoining grounds for which the applicant has a temporary permit or license to conduct a youth development program.
That also applies to operators though, right? Because that definition only says applicant, but I assume it incorporates operators.
It's applicant who has a temporary permit or a licensee.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. We have Representative Wassinger with a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under KAR 284702, inspections and investigations. Each applicant and each operator shall give the secretary or their designee immediate entry and access to the premises and to any records kept. What does that mean? You have to open up your personal things. You need to open up your computer and give them all of your financial records. Where is this defined?
Thank you, Representative. I think if you, if you keep reading to determine compliance with applicable statutes and with youth development program regulations, so we just stay specific to the administration of the program itself.
So that
Could also be broad, perhaps.
That's a little broad. You know, you have to open up your personal computers. You have to, I mean, I'll save my major comments to the end, but I don't think that this is an appropriate way to tell people, what do you have to give? What don't you have to give? How far do you have to go? Right here, it just says They can take anything, look at anything. Your purse, your wallet. I mean, it doesn't, I mean, I'm obviously extending it to other things, but it's a little broad and vague.
My understanding of, I'm sorry, Jennifer Manuel with KDHE Child Care Licensing. My understanding is that this is worded in the same way as KSA 65508, or 5, I believe she's looking it up to make sure I have the right number. Oh, I'm sorry, 512. And so that typically how we look at that when we're on site is just that they are required to provide us access to the facility. And we do what's called a walkthrough at any survey visit when the licensing specialist shows up. You know, they allow us into their facility and then we conduct a walkthrough to see the facility, and they typically show us around. And that is what that's referring to. But my understanding of this specific wording for 284702 is it's worded the same as 65512. And so when it's talking about records, we're talking about, you know, what the parents are required to put on file for their children, you know, their name, address, emergency information, that we would be checking for those kinds of things. And then if there was any other requirement for them regulation-wise to have something on file or posted, for example.
Is that specified somewhere for anyone that is confused as to what they have to show the surveyors or inspectors? Because this is a lot, and I'm trying to think of, if I saw this, I don't think I would open a child care center. I don't think I would even try to do it. It just seems like it's enormous. And I think there should be a way of figuring out how to make it easier for these people to know what's right, what's wrong, what they can get into, what they can't. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Representative. Thank you. I would mention there's obviously the statutory and then regulatory language that's provided. And then also we have procedure and policy manuals for our staff, our licensing specialists, which is a whole other discussion that Jennifer would be happy to dive into maybe at another conversation. And then we do provide, and hopefully you're able to see them, like the checklist for providers. And we've been working on those too to make sure that's more clear. We would not expect, you know, or have access to someone's personal financial info, for example. We're just, and quite frankly, when we're reviewing, we're making sure that things are on site as the regulation would apply. And so if they have to have, you know, their allergies documented to ensure that the child doesn't receive a food that they're allergic to, we're not noting what they're allergic to or the contents. We're just making sure it's on file, if that makes any sense. But where we can clarify that, especially in documentation for the provider so that it's clear for them, we would want to do that as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think the reviser has a clarification.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So Representative Wassinger, in 65512, there is a limiting phrase in that statutory language that's not included in the regulation. So here it states, have the right entry access to every department, every place on the premises to call for and examine records that are required to be kept by the provisions of this act. And so the inspection of the records are limited to the records that are required to be kept by the provisions of this act. So you're not seeing that in the regulatory language, but that is limiting kind of the amount of records that can be inspected, and that is in the statutory language.
Representative Wassinger, thank you for that.
Just a quick question. Since so many people don't really keep a lot of paper records, they keep them on their computer, how does it keep KDHE from getting into anything else? Specifying that.
We do allow for electronic files. A lot of facilities are going that route these days, and so they typically would, well, depending upon the program that they use to store those files, they can, like for example, there's one where they can actually give the licensing specialist a specific login that only allows them to see the records that they need to see. Or a lot of times they'll sit next to us and, you know, pull up the files themselves and show us what they're required to show us. We are not typically accessing persons' personal computers and touching, you know,
No, I know
getting
it's
into
not
their things.
typical,
But yeah,
it does happen.
they are allowed to have electronic files if they so choose.
I'd just like to see some safeguards. Thank you,
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a question from Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so this was sort of to that same end when it came to looking at those personal files. So for instance, my concern here would be if an owner of a daycare or a child care center, especially a home daycare center, was, for instance, looking at pornography, specifically child pornography. This would be an excellent way to catch them with that if all those personal files were subject. So I understand, obviously, we want to keep the privacy of these owners, but also, yikes, I kind of feel like if you are in that sort of business that is involving taking care of innocent children, then maybe you should be subject to less privacy.
Thank you. Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to confess, this is not a particular area of my expertise. Didn't like this bill in the first place, still don't understand it. But if I understand what Ms. Pringle has just told us, the statutory authorization for the requirement to produce records is limited to the records that are required to be maintained under quote unquote the law. I think that's what she explained to us. But as I hear the senator's questions, it sounds like the regulation is broader in what it can require be produced than what's allowed by the law, which would cause me to think that the agency has exceeded its statutory authority and that unfortunately the Attorney General's office failed to catch it. So I want to give the agency an opportunity to explain to me why this regulation that on its face appears to require that any kind of a record be produced, when in fact the agency only has statutory authorization to require production of certain records. Can you help me with that?
Thank you, Representative. We will take some time to determine that difference in language. We operate under statute has the highest authority, so should regulations ever be more broad than statute is what we default to. So in these cases, we are not accessing records that are not related to the business of the child care provider.
Madam Chair, the problem with that philosophy is that the agency apparently recognizes that it's constrained by the law, but it still promulgates regulations that would allow it to require production of records that are beyond those. And the fact that we would never violate the law, well, you're violating the law and your regulation. So I think we've got a problem.
Seems to me a rather serious matter that we can't have a regulation more broad than the statute. And it's not the statute governs by default. It's primacy. It's the primacy of the statute that seems to be being ignored in this particular example for a regulation. So appreciate that having been pointed out. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I would just, this is a whole nother can of worms. When you said they're keeping these files electronically, some of this could be, then who's protecting that data? And are you guys looking into that? If that machine's online? I mean, we could be getting into HIPAA information here real quickly. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking back at KAR 284582, and in that area, they've specifically defined staff records and identified those. So we might have a suggestion from this committee that they change any to staff records kept or staff records kept as noted in KAR 24. So that would, I agree that we absolutely need to limit that list of records, but that might be a way to do it.
That might be one way, or another way is just quote the statute directly as required by this act would be, in fact, more broad and more accurate. So anyway, with that, I don't see any further questions. So if you want to go ahead with the last three.
Thank you. For 284704, attendance policy and supervision, the proposed changes align with House Bill 2045 to change all uses of the drop-in program to youth development program. It removes the requirement to create an attendance policy that allows children and youth to arrive and depart the premises unsupervised, which is previously what a drop-in program was defined as, and instead states that drop-in programs that allow children to arrive and depart at the premises unsupervised shall have their own attendance policy. This aligns with the new definition of the youth development program that had replaced drop-in program as a result of House Bill 2045. And finally, for 284705 background checks, we've just replaced the language of the drop-in program to youth development program.
Thank you. And I think we skipped over 284-703, or did we cover that in the prior four?
I'm happy to cover
Okay, if
that
you could
one
just
as
touch
well.
on 703 quickly, and then we'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Senator. For 284703 record keeping, we've aligned with House Bill 2045 to change all use of the term drop-in program to youth development program.
Thank you for being thorough with that. We have a question from Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't serve on some of these committees, but you may not have this today, but could you give me some kind of a number of how many kids that you have in the program and how many licensees you might have? And then the third question is, what is your annual budget?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. I'll do my best to answer the question. So we do not monitor the children themselves. There's no reporting mechanism for providers to report the children, by name to the state for who they're keeping in care on a daily basis. So we just look at the number. We make sure that they're within those ratios because, as you might imagine, on a Monday, a provider could care for the same 5 kids, but on a Tuesday, those kiddos look different. I know my children go to the provider twice a week, and so on other days, she might be caring for other kiddos. We don't monitor the specifics of the children, nor do we get reports on how many of the licensed slots they are filling by day or by week, by month. We could tell you the licensed capacity of the state. I'd have to pull that data to get you an accurate number as of today. As far as total number of school, I'm going to say out of school time programs. Jennifer, I'm going to look at you. Do you know? I think it's a couple hundred. We'll pull that data for you, Representative, to get that for you. The number of these specific type of programs, these out of school time, drop-in or youth development programs, kind of ebbs and flows. Some of these are seasonal, so you'll see more summer-based programs. So the numbers for these specific program types change as the summer months come on, and then they might close or cease operation over the school year. So that kind of changes. And then regarding budget, currently, until July 1, KDHE, we receive, I believe it's about $6 million of federal funds via DCF, the Child Care Development Funds. And then there are a small amount of a required state match, and we get that, and we give that out to local contractors through our aid to local process to do the licensing component. The licensing of childcare is statutorily required in Kansas, so that piece is required by law, and that's the piece that KDHE carries out. I hope that answers in some manner.
That's what I was trying to get at. If you're operating as a business, you would think you'd want to know how many customers you were serving, whether it's 1 million kids or 100,000 kids, or listening to your answer, you can't tell me how many kids your agency affects at all, correct?
I could tell you the licensed capacity to serve across the state. We don't operate the businesses. We regulate the business for the health and safety of the children. And so what an operator or a provider, for example, like we were talking about the ratios and the licensed capacity earlier, they may be licensed by KDHE to serve up to 12 children, or in a center, it could be, this is a made-up number, but it could be 90 or 120, whatever it might be. Now, what they choose to serve on any given day may vary. And so sometimes what we hear is, for example, with this proposed set, we would allow family child care homes to provide care for these youngest kiddos, one provider to 4 infants. There are some providers that say, that's great, but if I have 4 infants, that's the max I'm going to serve. I will only choose to serve 4 infants. I won't go up to my max capacity. I hope we can pull the licensed capacity to serve for you, and we can pull that down to the county level even as well. And Child Care Aware has some data on that too. We can send links for you all to review.
Thank you. And seeing no further questions, then that was a huge amount of regulations. So want to thank Mr. Flairledge. We do have one other question, I think, Representative Wassinger, before we conclude.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I was a little late. I think the committee would be interested in knowing how the surveyors are trained, because everything changes pretty fast. And if you have developed something more simple for them to see, and also for the providers, so that the providers aren't caught unaware, and then these surveyors know exactly what they're looking for. And they can prepare in the weeks ahead when they know that someone's coming, that they are maintaining proper childcare facilities. I mean, I'm glad I didn't have to follow all of this for my 4 children in my house, and have someone check every 6 weeks that wasn't really familiar with all of the rules and regs, and I didn't know what they were looking for. I would be very upset. I know that I've asked for this before. I know that it's moving to a different organization within this. I'm hoping that not only is that taken care of way before the end of the year, but also moved on to the other July 1st people who have to do this, because this is not right. You have child care facilities that are getting notices about getting rid of their facilities when they have done nothing other than missed some records or done other things. How do you even know what to do? You don't. You don't tell anybody how they're supposed to take care of things. You don't tell anybody what is your punishment, whether you're getting a fine or whether they're going to threaten you with closing your facility. I'm ashamed. That is dereliction of duty. I'm sorry. If you can hand people all this stuff and they have to study 24 hours a day and try to figure it out, you don't help them, it's not a good thing. You're not being direct. You're not telling people what's going on. I am so angry. I can hardly keep from yelling at you. And I know that we've talked about this, but it makes me so infuriated that you will be punitive to child care facilities when they've done nothing but missed a few records or been a little bit late, and you threaten them with closure when you only close facilities when they've lost children or done drug problems. You have no straight line of what are your consequences. Sorry, I'm going to start screaming across the rooftops, because if I'm the only one that knows this, everybody else needs to know that it's very hard for child care providers. It's very hard for everyone trying to follow these. And you ought to be ashamed of yourself for still not doing it. Seriously. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have a question from Senator Faust-Skidoo.
Oh, thank you so much, Madam Chair. On this same topic here, what I would like to know is if you could, with that data that you're going to collect for the representative or for the committee, so can you tell us, so you regulate and you give a license for an individual or a group to open up a daycare center or a home child daycare. So can you tell us though, how many of those daycare centers also contract with DCF? So, because what I think is going on is that you've got private daycare providers that they just, people apply to them for daycare service and then they just pay whatever their rate is. And so you've got them, and I don't hear a lot from that group. But what I hear from are the daycare providers that contract with DCF. And so I would like that information, or if you could elaborate on that. And then finally, Madam Chair, what I'd like to know is if you regulate and you provide that license for that daycare home, but they also are contracting with DCF of payment of providing for certain children. If there is a inspection done, who does that inspection? DCF or KDHE? Because I, I've heard from daycare providers in my district where they get a visit from both, and the requirements and regulations and are so different. And one daycare center or daycare provider, she was closed down simply because when they came unexpectedly, they went in the bathroom and they didn't, the roll of toilet paper, it just was the brown roll on there. And they had toilet paper, they just hadn't had a chance to, refill it, and they were shut down. So who do they get inspected by? Both? I don't know. I need to know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Derrick with KDHE. So for licensing purposes, which are tied to those subsidy funds, they would be inspected by KDHE. So DCF is not doing the licensing component. We do joint investigations with DCF where there are, obviously unfortunate instances of child abuse or neglect. That's where DCF does come into play, or law enforcement. So there are examples of joint investigations, but the contract for KDHE to carry out licensing includes that we are covering the federal requirements for the state to receive the federal funds. And so because we are inspecting the child care providers, KDHE is inspecting them, that subsidy component is built into that. So KDHE is providing the services for that. I do think that's an opportunity with the Office of Early Childhood, as they will be under the same roof. And I would be absolutely more, I'm unfamiliar with that situation. I think we would love to learn more if you have specific info, because we can definitely review that. And I'd also be happy to provide the committee with any of our checklists and our inspection flows. We have a progressive enforcement matrix, those sorts of things that we could provide to you all to make some sense and clarity around some of this. We've, definitely after discussions with Representative Wassinger, want to make sure that it's clarified as well. I will not be moving to the Office of Early Childhood, but Jennifer and her team, the team that actually does the work, I would say is, and we'll maintain those relationships and see that these sorts of things occur. So.
And Madam Chair, if I could just tell the gentleman, we really are nice people. And
I know.
so we just really care about the kiddos and
Absolutely.
and want to get a good understanding. So thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Senator. And to follow up on that, one of the big costs and expenses for young families here in Kansas is childcare. Some of the other costs are, housing, education, healthcare, but childcare is a big component. And I think it's important that when we look at our childcare providers, that both from the agency's perspective, the department's perspective, the government's perspective, you know, that we have transparency for the providers about what they need to do to operate their business, while we are trying to also strike a balance between we have a business to operate and protecting kids at the same time. So I think balance needs to be found, and then fairness as well. So these are all concerns I think that the agency, the department has heard from the questions and from the committee today. So as we look at those components, and you did have a lot of ground to cover today. You know, regulation is the biggest cost probably for businesses other than wages to pay for employees. And we want to make sure that the regulations are appropriate. And like I said, strike a fair, transparent balance. And so appreciate that. As going forward, you know, the office where some of this will be moving in that direction too, if not already there. And then want to thank also, obviously, you guys for being here today and presenting, and your questions that you brought answers to some, not to all, and we need some follow-up on those. But thank you, Mr. Flaherty, Ms. Dalrymple, and Ms. Manuel. So you had a heavy lift today, and definitely some concerns here today expressed by the committee. So please keep that in mind.
I would just want to say thank you, and we take the comments to heart. So anywhere we can provide follow-up, please let me know.
Please do. Well, I think the committee did ask for follow-up
I think so,
in some of their questions, and let's make sure we have that.
Sure will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, committee, we have one more section to get to before we break for lunch, and we will hear then from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, different division of Healthcare Finance. And with that, Erin Kelly, Medicaid Policy Director. Please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Warren and members of the committee. My name is Erin Kelly, and I am the Medicaid Policy Director at the Kansas Department of Kansas Department of Health and Environment Division of Healthcare Finance. KDHE DHCF appreciates the opportunity to present a proposed revision to Kansas Administrative Regulation 129-6103, which will align the medically needy protected income limit with Senate Bill 125 from the 2025 legislative session. Prior to this proposed revision, the medically needy protected income limit was $475 for a single individual and a married couple. The proposed revision increases the medically needy protected income limit to 100% of the Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, standard. That translates to $994 for a single individual and $1,491 for a married couple in calendar year 2026. The SSI income standards are updated annually with the Social Security cost of living adjustment, but the revised language in 129-6103 is evergreen and would not need to be revised again unless the medically needy protected income limit is changed. As outlined in the economic impact statement, the increase in the medically needy protected income limit will result in an anticipated state fiscal year 2026 cost of $856,978 in state general funds, with $1,338,712 in federal financial participation. In state fiscal year 2027, there is an anticipated cost of $846,946 in state general funds, with $1,384,209 in federal financial participation. There is no anticipated immediate or long-range economic impact on any small employer or the general public. The increase will impact current beneficiaries of the Medicaid program, allowing them to meet their spend down sooner. The public hearing for KAR 129-6103 is scheduled for Wednesday, August 19th at 10 a.m. Notice of this hearing, as well as a summary of the proposed revision, was published in the Kansas Register on May 21st, 2026. I thank you for the opportunity to present this proposed regulation, and I am happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Senator Tyson.
Madam Chairman, thank you. So what are you currently doing now when somebody applies? Which number are you using? Because statute has one number, rules and regs have another number.
Yes, so we did actually implement the higher numbers effective July 1st, 2025, with the effective date of Senate Bill 125. We're just catching up the regulations at this point. We did initiate the changes to the KAR in May of 2025.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this question is should be directed to the conferee, but do you have any role in the MO reimbursement to certain rehab facilities?
I do not, but if there's a specific question, I'm happy to take that and confer with others too.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this information. I didn't have my pen out, so could you repeat the, we've got the current numbers. Could you repeat the increases? Because I think I have some constituents who would like to know what this is now if they have individuals in a care facility.
So this would be for independent living, medically needy spend down. So it was 475, but now in calendar year 2026, it is 994 for a single individual and 1,491 for a married couple.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Wagner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You give some data figures of just over $2 million in all funds spending. And so you're anticipating with this higher spend down that more people will be able to be on this program, and that's the increase in spending? Or can you elaborate exactly, and how many people do you anticipate this higher limit will, allow to be on a program that otherwise wouldn't?
Sure. So it doesn't actually increase the number of people that would qualify. What this does, if you think about the spend down as an insurance deductible, we are protecting more of the individual's income, whereas before anything over 475 was considered toward their deductible or spend down, and they would have to incur that much in medical expenses before Medicaid would pay. So this, with the increased protected income limit, we're allowing them to keep more money. That reduces the amount of their spend down or deductible. Thus, they would meet it sooner. Medicaid could potentially pay more.
Okay, I think I'm tracking. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've slept since the last session. Was the funding for this increased spend appropriated by the legislature with this bill, or in conjunction with this bill, or because of this bill?
I can get the exact language. I believe it was. I'm having trouble recalling the exact language, but I believe it was to be increased out of monies already appropriated. But I can get that specific language and provide that.
All right. My question is are we taking money away from other Medicaid recipients is kind of my question. Did we try to implement a change without funding the change? And if so, did we fund it at this level that's projected to be the economic impact?
My understanding is it was funded at this level out of monies that were already appropriated. We should not be removing or taking coverage away from other individuals covered under other programs.
Oh, in principle, certainly not. It's just if we can't write the check, that's an issue.
Understood.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to phone a friend, and I think our reviser, Ms. Pringle, might have some more information about your question, Representative Sutton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the Senate Bill 125, which was the budget bill, so this was a proviso in the 2025 budget bill. I believe is subsection M, and so that language, the lead-in is during the fiscal year in addition to the other purposes for which expenditures may be made by the department.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Not, oh, Senator Tyson, excuse me.
Thank you. Just the logistics on it, because of the language you're using, you won't have to come back again for rules and regs if it changes in another budget. Is that correct?
Well, every year, the cost of living adjustment for Social Security increases what 100% of the SSI limit is. So we would not need to come back based on that change. Now, if the legislature were to appropriate funding to increase the protected income limit to something other than the 100% of SSI, then yes, we would need to come back for that. But
So my question then, thank you, Madam Chairman, is why are we putting this in rules and regs? If it's in statute, why the duplicate language then? Because you're lagging statute.
the KAR right now is inconsistent with the statute. So this right now would mirror the KAR with what's in statute.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any, then thank you very much for your testimony and your presentation today and answering questions. With that committee, then, that takes us to our lunch break, a little overdue, apologize that. We do have some lunch provided here on site, so if you want to do that, that'd be great. And we will then be in recess. We're scheduled to be back at 1 o'clock for the Board of Indigence Defense Services. So with that, then, we'll be in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon. The Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations will come back to order. Thank you for standing by while we were in recess. And want to get started then with the Board of Indigent Defense Services. And we have Brandon Barrett, General Counsel and Assistant Director. Please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
There, are we on now? Thank you. My name is Brandon Barrett. I'm the Assistant Director and General Counsel of the State Board of Indigent Defense Services. I'm here today to discuss 6 proposed regulatory changes with the group. And I'll just go ahead and get started. The first of which is self-contained. It's the change to KAR 105-7-4, which deals with investigator rate of pay. Currently, the regulation accounts for $35 per hour for investigators via contract, but the executive director has the authority to raise that rate. In practice, we've been paying between $45 and $50 per hour for a few years now. And so this has formalized the current practice.
Are you going to go in order of the packet? That would probably be most helpful.
I went with that one just because it was self-contained. The rest are all sequential in the order of the packet.
Okay, so 105-7-4 is kind of halfway through the packet if anyone's looking for it, if I have that correct. Well, the summary is in the front, but the actual proposed regulation is further back, right?
It would be, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
To jump back to the beginning, I suppose. KAR 105-5-2 deals with the rate approval for hourly rates for assigned counsel throughout the state. That was based on prior budget provisos when it was drafted. It has since been subsumed by a change to statute in 224507, which has made the floor for assigned counsel payments $120 per hour and a ceiling of $140 per hour. So the regulation reflects that via a reference to 22-4507, but that has since become more updated via statutory changes. In KAR 105-5-3, there's a change to the appellate rate of compensation as a total amount. Currently, that is set at a cap of $1,920. This would raise that cap to $6,000 to better reflect the actual nature of appellate practice and the amount of time that that takes, and to reflect the change in the rate up to $120 per hour.
Can I back you up for just a second?
Yes.
On 105-5-2, rates of compensation.
Yes.
Why are we talking in 2026 about fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023?
The regulations were submitted for approval quite some time ago. There have been some changes to the regulatory process and some delays on our end that caused us to have those as already being the approved regulations, and we're just trying to get those through since they had already been stamped.
Okay, it just a little, oh, I see they were stamped in 2023. So a little bit delayed.
A little bit delayed, yes.
But, and just because bids didn't pursue getting the regulations through, or what happened?
There were a few different things. The 2 major issues would be, first of all, there were changes to the way in which regulations were to be processed through during that time frame, so adjustments had to be made. The other is that the director at the time had asked that certain things be looked at on our end before we went through the rest of the submission process. So we now have a new director, and she's insisted we move forward with the process, and so we are here now.
Okay, great. I would suggest trying to keep up with getting the regulations through in a timely manner. But thank you, Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to throw anyone under the bus, but a lot of things got clogged in one office. And if you'll notice the last timestamp of that 2023 year, that's kind of where there's sort of a log jam. And that has been, I believe, rectified. And also the ERP system that the Secretary of State's office implemented now shows everyone where their regulations are and where they're clogged up, and it's making people a little uncomfortable. So they're starting to get them through. So just thought I'd tell you.
Well, we are working on, better efficiency. So hopefully that log jam has been cleared and things will move through the process a little more expeditiously. We have a question from Senator Faust Godot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, in your opening statement, you said an increase of pay for investigators. Are they attorneys?
No, ma'am. There are private investigators that investigate cases on behalf of attorneys.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, Senator Tyson has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So since it did take so long to implement, and they're not even implemented the rules and regs yet, what rate is being charged or is being paid at this moment?
$120 per hour as the bottom of the statutory rate.
So you're doing it without the rules and regs?
At this point, because there's a statutory floor in 224507, we've moved forward with paying that rate.
What about the 6,000?
We've not changed the rate caps yet. Those are still subject to exceptional orders at this point.
So they're at the smaller limit still?
They're still at the smaller limits, yes.
This is unbelievable. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Okay. In KAR 105-5-6, we've done two things. We've removed the tried, non-tried distinction between cases. We've done that in recognition of the fact that many cases reach a position where they are about to be tried. They are coming up on the verge of a trial. All the work necessary to do the trial has been completed, but they end up reaching a plea agreement at the last minute anyway. And so making a large distinction between the tried and untried rates did not seem to be fair to the attorneys doing that work. We've also changed the rate caps for cases and slightly changed the divisions of how those are being classified into being a non-drug severity level 7 through 10, non-drug severity level 4 through 6, and drug severity 2 through 5. All other on-grid offenses are their own category, and off-grid offenses are their own category. And then all remaining non-habeas corpus cases are lumped together at their own rate. We've also moved the habeas corpus cases to their own category because they have unique categorizations in the way that they work.
Just to clarify, which regulation? Are you 105-5-7? Just keep us on track here.
Sorry, that's my mistake. I've moved on to 105-5-7 for the habeas corpus.
Okay, thank you.
What that does is the change proposed would make the habeas corpus cases filed under 60-1507 equivalent to their trial counterparts, whereas previously they were limited to about $800, which represented about 10 hours of work, and no habeas corpus case can effectively be completed in that amount of time. It makes the habeas cap for all other habeas corpus cases other than those filed via 60-1507 to $1,880 instead of that $800 limit. And then finally, in KAR 105-5-8, there's a clarification that the executive director may approve executive orders. We've been operating that way as a matter of delegated authority, but this would just clarify that to make certain that everybody's on the same page. And it raises the exceptional rate cap to $24,480.
Okay, just a moment, please. Senator Tyson has a question.
Yes.
Chairman, since you're listing all those prior years, does that mean you can go back and pay at the higher rate or charge at the higher rate, maximum?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I couldn't hear you.
So I'm trying to understand why all those other dates are still included in this rule and reg, 88 through, how far back does it go? 2015?
As far as the date range at the very bottom, I was asked to include that as part of the drafting process, ma'am. That's part of the drafting guide as far as what I was required to include.
But does that mean they can go back in those years and increase that cap for those years?
No, ma'am. We'd be limited as a prospective matter to this rate cap being one that goes forward.
Okay, and who asked you to include that prior language, that other language?
The drafting guide for regulation changes, we're asked to include the prior years of changes in whatever we submit.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead, proceed.
That would be my summary of the regulations proposed. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned that because this was a floor level funding, you had been funding at a higher level already? Is that correct?
That's correct. Via the statute at 22-4507, they changed the minimum rate to $120 per hour. So we've been funding at that rate.
Okay, and so it's been appropriated to be spent at the new level already?
Yes, it has.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any, then thank you very much for your testimony and for answering questions today. Appreciate your appearance. Thank you. Next, we will hear from the Department of Labor. We have a couple of different divisions with the department here, and the first one we'll hear from is Employment Security Board of Review, and we'll hear from Nigel Haben, Government Affairs Coordinator, as well as Kevin McCrae, Public Service Executive. And with that then, please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nigel Haben. I'm the Government Affairs Coordinator at the Kansas Department of Labor. Before this committee today, KDOL has proposed amendments to 12 regulations. The first 5 proposed amendments are with the Employment Security Board of Review, which KDOL administers. The 6th is relevant to the Division of Employment, and the last 6 are relevant to the Division of Workers' Compensation at KDOL. So shortly, I'm going to ask up our Public Service Executive, Ken McCrae, who heads the appeals processes at KDOL, who's going to explain the regulations and answer your questions. And he's also going to speak to the one regulation under the Division of Employment. And then we'll ask up the acting Workers' Compensation Director, Mr. Jose Castillo, who's going to speak to the last 6 proposed amendments to the regulations. Just to note, all of these proposed amendments to the regulations were published in the Kansas Record for public comment on May 28th, and then on July 31st, we'll have the public hearing. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to invite up Mr. McCrae.
Sure, thank you for that. Mr. McCrae, please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ken McCrae. I am the Unemployment Insurance Deputy Director for Appeals at the Kansas Department of Labor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about 6 proposed amendments to regulations. Those amendments break down into 4 groups. Unfortunately, those 4 groups don't always follow the numerical order. So I'll talk about those in sort of themes, but if we need to jump back and forth, we can do that.
The easiest if you could sequentially follow the packet that you provided to the committee.
Understood, Madam Chair, thank you. So before I go over the regs, I just wanted to do a brief explanation of the appeal process as it exists, because I think it'll explain why we're requesting these amendments. So if someone applies for unemployment, there's initially an adjudicator's decision that is issued. If either the claimant or the employer is unhappy, they may appeal that determination. That ends up at the Office of Appeals, which I oversee. At that time, we schedule a hearing, and notice of that hearing is required to be mailed to both parties. Administrative staff within the Office of Appeals then prepares the administrative record, which is all the documents that were available at the time of that initial decision. Those are both mailed then to both parties. The parties then register for a telephone hearing if they choose to prepare or participate in that hearing. The appeals referee holds that hearing, calls the parties, and then issues a written decision, which is mailed to both sides as well. So we do about 150 to 200 hearings a week. Most of those, almost all of those, have 2 parties involved, and each of those parties would receive 3 different mailings from us. So on a given week, we could be issuing 900 to 1,200 mailings for our various hearings. The proposed amendments, as I mentioned, 48-1-2, 48-1-5, and 48-1-6 are basically all the same thing. The language is cut and pasted. Unfortunately, that doesn't follow the numeric order of the regulation, so I'll do my best to follow that. So 48-1-2, we're simply substituting an option to allow electronic communication instead of requiring U.S. mail. U.S. mail will continue to be an option if that's what people choose, but it will allow electronic communication either through email or through the new portal that we have. We would upload the document there, and then they'd receive email stating that they have a document to review in the portal. That's the same change that's made to 48-1-5 and 1-6, just for different documents that we mail out. So all of them would be to allow electronic, but still preserve the right to mail if that's someone's choice.
Sorry, that was my question, 48-1-2 and 5 and 6, it sounds like also. So the proposed changes shall be transmitted by either electronic mail or by posting to a claimant's or employer's portal account. So who's making the choice and how is the choice made?
So in that situation, a claimant makes the choice when they file their application. They're asked would they prefer to receive through the post office or through electronic communication. I don't work on the front line, so I don't want to misspeak, Madam Chair, but I do believe they're allowed to change that at any time. And in fact, we've seen people that have changed back and forth. So that is something that they have the ability to control throughout the process.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. Well, we have a question from Representative Wassinger.
Actually, I have a comment. Thank you very much. We have this problem with every agency and all over the place where we're sending out, spending lots of money, mailing things out to people when a lot of people get it, they didn't even want it. So if you choose to, if you say, oh, I really want the paper copy, it makes sense. Tell them you need to get a paper copy. Otherwise, you don't have to keep mailing me stuff. And so I think we need to be cognizant of that in almost every regulation. And I personally ask that we direct agencies to look for that and give that option because it makes much more sense than sending multiple items. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, thank you. And we anticipate this will be a net cost savings because we won't be printing documents, we won't be putting them in envelopes, and we won't be paying postage. So the expectation is that there will be savings there. The second proposed regulation is to KAR 48-1-4. This is what we affectionately, or maybe not so affectionately in my office, refer to as the cell phone rule. What the current rule says, if we call you for a hearing and you are on a cell phone, if the call drops on your end, we are not allowed to call you back, and you are considered a non-appearance for the remainder of that hearing. If you are the appealing party and we haven't concluded the hearing, that may mean you lose your appeal at that point. The regulation does not make any distinction between other types of calls. So if you're on voice over internet or a landline, that restriction does not apply. What we are requesting in this amendment is to just treat all calls the same and allow our referees the opportunity to make one return call if the call drops on your end. I do want to say we can tell, we have a recording software that is running while we're doing the hearings. We can see if the call ever drops on our end, this rule is not implicated. We always call back if the call drops on our end. It's only if we can tell that the call dropped on one of the parties' ends. And this would just treat all calls the same.
So with the proposed regulation, the department would call the party even if the call was dropped on the party's end with this proposed regulation.
Yes,
That seems fair.
And what it says is we have the we have the right to call back. I don't think it obligates us. So if somebody were to curse at one of my referees and slam down the phone, I don't think we would be obligated to call them in that extreme circumstance. Fortunately, that doesn't usually happen. But otherwise, we're going to treat all calls the same. We're not going to try and police the different types of calls.
Thank you. And we do have a question waiting from Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question actually goes back to his first regulation regarding the option to have your letter mailed snail mail or email. I appreciate that. However, for those that may not have access to email and they want snail mail, are you taking in consideration of the delay sometimes in our United States Postal Service? I know a lot of time mail that is mailed from Topeka goes to Kansas City, and then it's mailed to Wichita, Sedgwick County. And I've heard from individuals who are appealing that they didn't get their letter by the date that their appeal hearing was to take place. So are you mailing and taking in that consideration of snail mail being really snail mail? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, the answer to the question is yes. Right now, we currently schedule hearings 2 weeks out. The regulation requires us to give at least 5 days notice, but we have had the same experience where people will tell us they did not receive the notice of hearing until after the hearing. So we schedule things 2 weeks out in an effort to try and avoid those situations to the best of our ability. Our standards are that we are supposed to issue the majority of our decisions within 30 days of the date of appeal. So we would love to be able to push that back and give people more time, but then that gets us in conflict with the federal requirements of how quickly we get things done. So it is a bit of a balancing act, but we have tried our best to do that, and we give 2 weeks mail notice on our hearings currently. My expectation is
Appreciate your comment. Thank you.
yes, and I anticipate we would continue to do that going forward as well.
Thank you. And we have a question from Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I'm going back to this one attempt to reconnect with the party, and it starts out by saying the hearing shall proceed without the participation of the party or witness. It goes on to say, if it proceeds, the inability of the party shall be considered a non-appearance. So a non-appearance means that that appeal will not be granted?
It's going to depend on the circumstances. Sometimes we have had calls drop where we're up to closing argument. And so at that point, we can say, you had the opportunity to testify, we gathered all the information, so we would just proceed with the information gathered. If it's not the moving party, if it's the other party that drops, then the moving party would continue to get to have that hearing. But if it's the moving party, if a claimant has filed an appeal and 10 minutes into the hearing, their cell phone call drops, the way the regulation reads now, we are not allowed to call them at all, and they are treated as a non-appearance at that point. So they would most likely lose that hearing at that point.
I appreciate that, but I have a little concern that it's being decided not on any merits. Do you have information prior to that hearing about what has happened or how someone filed that you could use?
So we would have any information that's available in the packet. We have some limitations on what we can use if it's hearsay at that point. I will say we do have a process, what we call the petition process, where after the hearing, if someone does not appear, and this would qualify because it would be considered a non-appearance, they can request a new hearing if they can provide excusable neglect for what happened. So, if somebody were to call and say, the power went out in my entire neighborhood, it was beyond my control, we would have the ability to grant them a new hearing, a situation like that. One of the reasons that I have wanted to make this change personally is voice over internet protocol was not around the last time this regulation was looked at. That really falls into a gray area. And so we could have two people sitting next to each other, one who's on a voice over internet phone and one who's using the Wi-Fi for a cell phone. And if the internet went out and both calls dropped, we would be allowed to call the voice over internet, but not the cell phone, which is a weird circumstance. And so the idea is just to treat everyone the same. And instead of this zero tolerance policy, go to one callback.
All right, thank you. You can go. We have another question, Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Senator Francisco's questions because when I was reviewing this regulation yesterday, 48-1-4 subparagraph G, page 4 of that section of your presentation struck me as perhaps denying people an opportunity to be heard. Can you tell me first, which portion of the process does this apply to? Is this in front of the referee or is it in front of the Employment Security Board review or both?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a good question. This is in front of the referee. So I work in what we call the lower authority appeals. The Board of Review then would take the record that we create. So if someone is unhappy with our decision, they appeal to the Board of Review. They would take the record that we have created. They would either listen to a transcript of that hearing plus all of the documents that were added to the record and make their decision based on that.
It will help me procedurally. The first telephone call that a claimant participates in, I think a referee is involved. The employer can show up, but they don't always show up for those things, and questions are asked, and a record, at least by way of notes or determination, is made. Now, is there an intermediate level between that phone call with a referee and the actual appeal to the Employment Security Board of Review?
Technically, the answer is no, but I'm going to give you a lawyerly yes/no. So initially, the first call probably a claimant makes is going to be to the adjudication or the contact center. And so an adjudicator would issue that first decision. We would be the sort of second level, even though we're the lower authority appeals. But in that appeals process, the very first call is going to come from a referee. They actually, right now, they do explain this cell phone rule. So one of the very first things they do in their opening statement is they ask, are you on a cell phone or a landline? If either party says cell phone, then they explain the cell phone rule. Typically, they will say, so please stay in an area of good service so that we don't lose the call because we're aware of this problem.
So the evidentiary record that goes to the Employment Security Board of Review and arguably may end up in front of the Court of Appeals at some point, is it made at this second telephone call?
Yes, so it's our hearing that is recorded that becomes the transcript that would be used at court level, and then any other documents that were put together that our administrative team at the Office of Appeals put together. So what they do is they pull any document that was in the KDOL files at the time that determination was made, and then the parties have the opportunity to add exhibits during that hearing. So frequently they will send in things, we will add that, then that's what gets sent up.
And so the oral testimony that is sent up is adduced at this second hearing.
Yes.
What do you call that?
So that's the appeal hearing.
Okay. Now, let's say I'm making this record that's going to go to the board and going to go to the Court of Appeals, and I have an adverse witness that I'm cross-examining. Let's say I'm representing the claimant and the employer is contesting the claim, and they have the supervisor there testifying by telephone. Let's just say the supervisor makes a damaging admission. They say, yeah, as a matter of fact, when she gave me notice that she was going to quit, I fired her on the spot. We can't have people like that. Now, typically, the person is entitled to unemployment because they were involuntarily terminated before the date when they told the boss, I'm leaving. I don't want you to prejudge cases, but as a general concept. So I'm cross-examining this employer. They make this damaging admission that wins the case for my client. And they just hang up the phone, and then you don't consider that testimony, and it's a non-appearance, and the damaging admission is never available for me to use to the benefit of my client because they hung up the phone and then they didn't answer when you called back, and now it's a non-appearance.
Certainly, I think the referee in that situation would have the opportunity to make an adverse inference or to say we're going to go ahead and keep that in the record. I think the referee would have that authority.
Is it provided for in the regulation that the referee has the discretionary authority to accept the partial testimony of a witness without that witness's lawyer having an opportunity to rehabilitate their testimony by saying, wait a minute, you must be confused. You didn't really do that. He's, oh, no, I didn't do that. I misspoke.
I don't think the regulation specifically speaks to that, but that would be sort of an inherent power of a hearing officer if they believe that someone is playing games with the system and not participating fairly.
You see, I would have thought it was an inherent power of a hearing officer to take whatever steps might be necessary to obtain the testimony of an eyeball witness to the facts, and that the fact that somebody hung up the phone and you call back once, I would think it would be within the inherent authority of the hearing officer to call back a second time, to take some extra steps to make sure that the true facts are in the record to go up on appeal. But you take away that inherent authority, you say you only get to call once.
Certainly, I would say that currently, if it's a cell phone, we wouldn't even be allowed to call at all. So the hope is to expand that to allow once and treat everyone equally. But I do think in that situation, I have not personally experienced that situation. I will tell you that my staff will be thrilled to hear that you asked me a red line question, what we refer to as the red line case. That would fall within, I don't think any referee would have a problem saying they made these incriminating statements and the phone call got cut off. I think that's a finding of fact that any trier of fact could make and enter into the record.
Well, I think it's probably a denial of due process based upon a technical failure. And if I'm sitting on the Court of Appeals, I'm going to have a hard time accepting this record below if you had a rule that on its face says if the call's cut off at any point during the testimony of the witness, it's treated as a non-appearance, the inference therefore being that no testimony adduced would be admissible. Or conversely, that damaging testimony would be erased from the record by the witness just simply hanging up the phone and not answering the call. I find this problematic, and I can tell you, I've worked as an administrative law judge for the Department of Labor in other contexts, special administrative law judge. And I guess I've been violating some law or rule somewhere. I don't do it anymore. It's been years since I did that. But I would call witnesses and parties back 1, 2, 3 times, whatever it took to get a hold of them so that we could have a record and everybody could participate. But now it looks to me like in the interest of expediency, we're going from a zero callback rule to a 1 callback rule. And that just doesn't comport with what I consider to be due process opportunity to be heard.
Thank you. I would say on the due process argument, if it's the employer and it's their witness that hangs up, I would say that they have probably implicated their own due process rights and maybe forfeited those. To your other point, though, if you've got the opposing side to make some damaging admission and now they're trying to play games to keep that out of the record, I do believe the referees would not have any problem finding that that was a negative inference they could draw. I do want to clarify one thing. This regulation only applies to calls that we have already initiated and the parties have answered. So we do make 2 or 3 attempts at the scheduled time if somebody doesn't answer initially. So if we've got you scheduled for an 8:30 hearing, we're required to make at least 2 calls, at least 3 minutes apart, I believe is the exacting standard before we can declare you as a non-appearance. So we will call, leave a message if we can, and say this is who we are. We're going to call back in 3 minutes and start that hearing. That's not implicated by this regulation. That's a different matter.
I appreciate that distinction. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So even if the hearing is started with the party on the line and then there's a disconnect and the reconnect is a failed attempt, the record would show a total non-appearance and all the prior testimony that was offered would be not part of the record?
Again, it's going to depend on where we were in that process.
Because if you don't have the fair opportunity for cross-examination, that would depend and determine your answer, whether it would be part of the record or not.
Exactly right.
Because you need a fair opportunity to be heard. Okay, thank you. Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. The question I have for you, as an employer, if a claimant files a claim against the employer, does the claimant tell you the places they last worked, or do you just run some kind of a search and just see all the places he might have worked?
So that really, thank you, Madam Chair. That really happens at the contact center, so I don't want to speak out of school. What I can tell you is we do ask what was the last place of employment. That's what they are expected to report. Because wages are reported quarterly, there is a delay, but if the agency receives information that somebody worked someplace after the one we did, we have what we call a wrong last employer situation. We then have to deal with sending out new forms to get new information about a new separation from work.
Because what seems to happen is I'll get a letter and it'll say, claimant has filed a claim, you have 10 days to react. And that's snail mail, but sometimes there's not a full 10 days. And on that form, there is no phone number to contact anybody that sent me the letter to tell you that I may have 10 days, I just got the letter, you know what I'm saying? And it puts the employer kind of in a bind how to react fast enough to reply to this. And then the thing that's frustrating about this, sometimes the claimant may not have worked for you for 2 or 3 years, but you're still on the list. So it's frustrating being on this end. It seems like the claimant's driving the bus and you have to really be on the ball to try to react to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to your point, if an employer appeared in what's called the base period, and that's typically going to go back about 18 months without getting too in the weeds on that, they might have their tax account chargeable. So they would have an opportunity to appeal a charge determination on that. So those things do happen. Employers also currently have the ability to sign up for an electronic means of communication that's called SIDES. And I'm not going to remember what that stands for off the top of my head, unfortunately. And I don't know how cumbersome that is. That may be out of the realm of small employers and only apply. I don't work with that directly, but I do know that that is at least an option that is available to employers.
I guess what would be the problem of having a contact number on some of the snail mail letters that you send? So you're just not, you'd have someone to call if you had a question. You know what I'm saying?
Understood. I can take that back to the employer relations team and see if that's something they can add. I can say that on the particular document you're referencing, the employer notice, it is required that that be signed. And so that's the reason they can't take that information over the phone, because we have to get a signed return. That electronic SIDES exchange does allow for a digital signature, but if it's the paper form, then we have to get it with an actual signature from the employer.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a little bit different, but the board, I've heard some pretty egregious scenarios, and one of them, the most egregious, was an employee at a Salina restaurant literally robbed the restaurant, robbed the manager, and then was put in prison, found guilty, applied for unemployment, and received it. So I would ask, I know it's a little off topic here, but please take under advisement. I don't, some of the stories I've heard are even more egregious than that. So I don't know what needs to happen, but there need to be some changes, because that's not acceptable. I know I've had family members where employees have applied for their work, never showed up, applied for unemployment, and received it. Never even worked one day. I do know the system's out there to help those in need, and it is a safety net. We need the system, but we cannot afford the fraud and abuse of the system. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Specifically to that point, as to the restaurant situation, I don't have an explanation. I don't know why that would happen. I can think of at least 2 reasons why that claimant would not typically be able to get benefits. One, if you rob your boss, that's probably being terminated for misconduct, so that would disqualify you. For another, if you're in prison, you're not able and available to work. So there should be 2 different reasons that person was out. I don't have an explanation as to why they would have received benefits. And I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying I can't explain it. I don't have an explanation for why that would have happened. I'm sorry to say. But I do have a couple mental notes to take back to the employer relations team based on questions here this afternoon, so thank you. The last 2 regulatory changes that we have proposed are what I would just call technical changes rather than substantive. So the first one of these is to KAR 48-3-2. This is to third-party administrative representatives. So employers can hire a third-party administrator to represent them throughout the process. They do payroll, but they also do things with the unemployment system. Currently, the regulation says that an employee of a third-party administrator can appear. What we've discovered is that a lot of the third-party administrators use independent contractor hearing representatives. We don't have any way to police that. We really don't want to police that. So the proposed amendment just changes that to say an authorized representative, and we want to defer to those third-party administrators as to who they think is the appropriate person to send, since we're really not in a position to make that kind of determination. And then the fourth, the 6th regulation, the fourth in that batch of 4, is KAR 50-3-4. This deals with backdating initial and weekly claims. I was reviewing this for some other purpose, and it occurred to me that it looked like in the drafting, things got changed as to how they were enumerated. Currently, it says you have good cause if one of the things in B happens at the same time as one of the things in A. And then there's also sections C through G that have no mention and appear to not apply. I believe in reading the regulation, C through G were meant to be part of B. So what the change is to just say one of the conditions in A along with B through G. So I think it encompasses what the initial intent of the regulation was. That's how we would interpret it anyway. So it's just kind of a cleanup. And with that, that would conclude my testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Do we have other questions? Not seeing any, then thank you very much for your appearance today. Appreciate it. And for your testimony and answering questions. Next, I think we're going to be hearing from the Division of Employment.
Workers' compensation, Madam Chair.
Just a moment. Okay, let's hear then from the Division of Workers' Compensation, Jose Castillo, Acting Director, Workers' Compensation. Please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jose Castillo. I'm Acting Director for the Division of Workers' Compensation at the Kansas Department of Labor. Before you, I appreciate the opportunity to appear. I do have 6 proposed amendments to our regulations, and these stem from the passage of Senate Bill 430 in 2024. We have reviewed the regs, and the Division of Budget has also reviewed them, and there's no expected cost to any businesses, local government, or individuals. I'll start off with the first proposed regulation, KAR 5131. What this regulation does is add an additional method of terminating a workers' compensation case. Currently, we have 5 methods. This one is an award by written stipulation. Okay. Any questions on that, Reg?
Thank you. Any questions? Not seeing any. Please proceed.
Okay. The next one is KAR 5138. And what this proposed regulation does is allows us to record and transcribe hearings and then upload them into our online system. Our online system is referred to as OSCAR. It's the online system for claims administration, research, and regulations. In addition to that, there's an additional question that has been added to the pre-hearing settlement questionnaire, which is, does the respondent admit a claim was made?
All right, not seeing any questions. We have one from Representative Carmichael.
Mr. Castillo, how many times have you been acting director?
This is my first time.
Oh, okay. When Larry Carnes left the agency, I think you were here in front of us before Jeff King became director, and it just seems like, take this as a compliment. You've been there for 30 years. You're always there, no matter who comes and goes. I appreciate the fact that you're still there making the trains run on time. I guess that's my point. My question, though, as it relates to 51.3-8, has to do with recordings, what appears to be recordings of settlement hearings.
It would be regular hearings, preliminary hearings. As you may know, that we are having some issues with court reporters, that they're becoming very scarce. And so we're trying to develop a method of recording the hearings and then transcribing them.
Okay, let me be more specific. Does this apply to settlement hearings, preliminary hearings, motion hearings, first full hearings, final hearings? Can all of them be recorded under this regulation without the use of a certified shorthand reporter?
Correct. If we don't have a court reporter that's available, then this is the method we're coming up with. in order to be able to record some of these hearings and transcribing them.
Now, does the regulation say only if one is not available, or will this become as a matter of course that all of these hearings are recorded and somehow loaded into, I want to say Oscar, but I don't know what the name is.
No, I mean, we're not doing, whether they're doing both. I mean, if a court reporter is available, then that's what we're using is the court reporter.
So the preference would be to use court reporters for even 10-minute settlement hearings rather than recording them?
Correct.
Okay. I've got questions about another regulation, but that's all I have for the time being.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, next one is 5139. And this is kind of read with the regulation of 5131. And normally when you have an award issued by the judge, you have live testimony by the claimant. By doing it through the award by written stipulation, it is assumed that the parties have discussed the agreement with their attorneys, because that's one of the requirements to use this, is that they have to be represented and be at least 18 years old. So it's presumed that the parties know what the terms are of the agreement before they're presented to the judge. And after being presented to the judge has 5 days either to approve it or disapprove it.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Carmichael.
There we go. I'd like to direct your attention to 51-3-9, subparagraph B as in boy. The general change there appears to be, instead of saying competent physician, it now allows testimony from a healthcare provider, which presumably includes mid-levels and others, in lieu of what we used to say was the doctor's report at a settlement hearing. Is that generally what this is about?
I believe that is, but I'll have to probably check and make sure on that. I don't want to come up here and say something that I'm not 100% sure on.
Well, could you look at the regulation and we'll go through it in a slower fashion?
And which one was that one again, sir?
51-3-9, subparagraph B as in boy. Okay. And it says that the administrative law judge shall not issue a settlement award unless the claimant personally testifies, unless it's a settlement award on a written stipulation. And then an and clause that there has to be medical testimony. The regulation right now says medical testimony by a competent physician is introduced as evidence. And typically, I think that's been in the form of a, quote, doctor's report of some type that typically gives an impairment rating. Are you following what we're doing here? And now with the changes in medicine and modern medicine, we now have physician's assistant, registered nurse, and a registered what used to be ARNPs. We have a whole lot of people now with prescriptive authority who start writing reports. And it looks like what you're trying to do is to not limit the written evidence, or for that matter, testimony, at a settlement hearing to the opinion of a physician, but also to allow for the opinion of these mid-level providers as well.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I can't remember, did we specifically authorize mid-levels to provide those types of impairment ratings and opinions on impairment ratings when we amended 44-531 a couple of years ago, or does this come from somewhere else?
No, I believe that it is in Senate Bill 430. This has been reviewed by the Attorney General's office.
Well, I understand that a review by the Attorney General's office means nothing to me. That's okay. I'll apply my own law eyes and knowledge of the law to the rig. But I'm not going to dispute. I think we may have provided for mid-level reports to be used as the basis for settlements. Finally getting to the thrust, though, of my question. Medical testimony of a competent healthcare provider is introduced as evidence either by the oral testimony of that physician or through a documentary report of a recent physical examination of the claimant. Are you intending somehow to differentiate between oral testimony of physicians as opposed to oral testimony of healthcare providers, or is that a technical oversight in drafting the new regulation, that instead of talking about testimony of that physician, it would seem to me in context, it should say the testimony of that healthcare provider. Could you put an eye on that and explain to me what the logic was in that distinction?
It may have been something that was probably missed and maybe it should have been healthcare provider.
I really think it should have been, and I don't know whether that's a substantive change. I'll leave that to the Attorney General. He has a room full of experts. Okay, thanks.
I'm going to follow up with a question for our revisor. When the legislature in 2025 amended 44-531, did it indeed change that medical testimony by a healthcare provider would be the type of evidence that would work in a settlement hearing or a settlement award? All right, we're going to circle back to that question while we hear about another regulation.
Okay, I believe then the next one is 51.910. And what that would require is that a healthcare provider submit their final billing within 90 days of completing their treatment.
All right, not seeing any questions. Oh, we do, sorry, Representative Carmichael.
What's the consequence if the healthcare provider fails to provide their bill within 90 days of their last treatment?
I believe if it's outside the 90 days, then at that point, I mean, in reading the statute, it is in the statute and under 44, under that Senate Bill 430, that then at that point, it would be like a statute of limitations. They're beyond that 90 days, so I guess the bill doesn't get paid at that point.
So are you saying that the statute now provides that if a bill is not submitted by the healthcare provider with 90 days of the last service rendered, that the statute then prevents any collection of that bill by the healthcare provider, either from the insurance carrier or the injured employee or their employer?
In reading the statute, then it says that they must submit the bill, requires that they submit it within 90 days of completing that treatment. So,
does it say then that it operates as what you described as a statute of limitations? Well, I don't know. I can't remember.
it doesn't
It's
go
been 2
further
years ago.
and state that, but if you're setting a time limit of 90 days and you fall outside that 90 days, then at that point, the argument can be made that they are barred from submitting that bill beyond the 90 days. And as you know, that when the case is closed, the insurance company, they like to wrap the case and not have to keep any money in reserve. So if they say 90 days after the settlement is done, they can expect a final invoice to be submitted within those 90 days. And then after those 90 days, they can go ahead and close the file, as long as future medical is not.
And as I'm sure you know, the last phrase oftentimes from a special administrative law judge in making an award based on a settlement is court further orders that any and all authorized medical expenses incurred as a result of this injury be paid by the respondent and insurance carrier, and the costs are assessed against the respondent. We go to the next case. We used to have a practice, at least, that the ALJ ordered the bills paid, whether we knew what they were or not. And you're saying you think there's been a statutory change now that says on the 91st day after services were rendered that this becomes an uncollectible account for the healthcare provider. I don't know.
That's the way I read the statute. I mean,
okay. I know that our revisers can look that up for me and help me understand. I voted for the bill, and I may not remember everything that was in it.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, if our revisor can look that up while we're working here today. But, yes, go ahead, Ms. Pringle, from our revisor's office. Oh, the question I had was, with the legislature's amendments in 2025 to KSA 44-531, did it change that the administrative law judge shall not issue a settlement award unless partly based on medical testimony by a competent physician. Did we change it, medical testimony instead of by a competent physician could be provided by a competent healthcare provider? Was my question. And then we had a question from Representative Carmichael that I don't think you've looked into yet because you were still researching that, but if we could hold off on that. Do you have an answer for that first question?
So what I'm running into is the 44,531. I'm gonna have to look into that. There's no reference to a medical or a healthcare provider or a physician in that statute. So I'm leaning on 44,519. So I'm still conducting that research.
Okay, and thank you. And then Representative Carmichael had a different question.
And my question would be, does the Kansas Workers' Compensation Act as amended disqualify a healthcare provider from receiving payment for their services if they have not billed for those services within 90 days of the last service rendered? And now that I don't have Westlaw anymore, I don't know how to look anything up. It's great being a retired lawyer, Jose. I recommend it to you.
It's coming.
Right.
It looks like Jeff has already left town.
Yes.
All right, thank you. If you'll go ahead and proceed.
Okay, the last two proposed amendments to the regulations, KAR 5118.2 and 5118.4, deal with the appeals board, where the application for appeal to the appeals board and the briefs are filed electronically through what I described earlier as the Oscar system, online system. And keep in mind that the parties that are represented by attorneys are required to use the online system, but we do have an exception for pro se claimants.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Not seeing any, then thank you very much for your appearance today and for your testimony and answering questions. Appreciate it. I think he covered. Did you also hit on 51-18-4?
Yes.
I think he referenced those.
That is tied in with the 18.2, and that allows them to file their briefs through the online system.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Committee, now we're going to turn to committee discussion and thoughts on what our committee report will look like on the proposed regulations that we heard today. We're going to circle back first to the State Board of Pharmacy. There were a lot of comments. I think we had questions from every committee member on the first regulation, 68-1-2, and the passing test score, whatever that is, would all be the requirement if the proposed regulation were promulgated. So do we have a proposal for the report language from the research department? Yes, Mr. Mulholland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the draft I have states this. The committee is concerned with the shift from a required score of 75% to a pass-fail score. The committee requests the board provide information on when this proposal was previously discussed by the board, what percentage constitutes a passing score on the exam, and whether there are examination vendors other than the NABP, which is the National Association of the Boards of Pharmacy.
Thank you. Did we want to add, I mean, we were also concerned that the board is just passing off its duty to set its own standards and requirements for licensure in Kansas. That I think that was a big concern of the committee too, if we could reflect some comment in our report. Yes, Representative Carmichael.
I think I generally phrased it as perhaps being an unlawful delegation of authority to a private organization. And I also had concerns about the failure to notify applicants of what score would constitute a failing, or excuse me, a passing grade on their exam. And I thought that might be a violation of due process of law, kind of the old void for vagueness type standard. You don't tell somebody what score you have to get. We'll just decide later whether you pass or not.
Something to that effect would be appropriate. Anything else regarding the State Board of Pharmacy? Not seeing any, so we'll move on to the Department of Commerce, the Athletic Commission. Did we have comments that you wanted to suggest for the report? None? Okay. The Kansas Bureau of Investigation regarding approved field tests. Okay, sure. Go ahead, Mr. Milholland.
So my draft states this: the committee requests the agency provide documentation that it is reviewed concerning testing of the Detectachem Apex R7 Raman spectrometer, which I did have to look up the name of the spectrometer for this. It further requests that information be provided concerning which external law enforcement agency or agencies requested the addition of this device to the regulation.
Thank you. That sounds accurate. So the State Board of Examiners in optometry. We did have some discussion about that. Representative Wassinger.
I would just like to add, if it's all right with the committee, that I would like more information on them allowing the Lions Club glasses receptacles in doctors' offices. They are not allowed, the Board of Optometry does not allow them to be distributed in the United States, and I wondered if they would reconsider what they're talking about.
So we're talking about the Lions Club puts receptacles in optometrist offices if you want to turn in your used prescription
Can only be sent out
glasses.
of country and
And,
not in the United States.
and the board prohibits
Yes,
optometrists.
because, well, it's not optometrists, it's the Lions Club. And it's in particular when there's natural disasters and you say you've had a tornado that took your home and you have no glasses. And they, they will come and see if any of them work to, to help you in the short term until you can get your prescription back, but that's unacceptable. So I just wondered if they would reconsider.
You're asking the Kansas Board of Optometry.
If that's all right.
Any objection? Yes, Mr. Milholland.
Just a clarifying question, if that's okay. So essentially, you would like us to ask if the board would allow the Lions Club to distribute collected glasses in Kansas?
Yes. Consider their decisions.
We're talking about distributing those prescription glasses out of country.
Right now, they're only allowed out of the country.
Okay.
They don't allow them to do that in the United States.
Distributed in Kansas. Okay, anything else for the Board of Optometry? Okay, moving on to the Office of Attorney General. I think there was some discussion, update your website with the requirements that you're proposing in your regulations. Okay, sure, please.
So my draft states, the committee is concerned that the online reporting portal does not contain questions that are consistent with the proposed rule and regulation. The committee asks that the agency reconcile the online form with the final rule and regulation.
I think that's accurate. Okay, Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Division of Public Health, Bureau of Family Health first. Had a lot of discussion on a lot of regulations there. Did you want to take a shot at it, Mr. Milholland, from our research department?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have three different drafts here, and I can go through those or one at a time and see. So the first one is specifically concerning, and I don't have the rest of the number, but 702 are the last three. It states the committee is concerned that the proposed regulation language appears to be more broad than the authorizing statute, when describing the records that may be accessed and reviewed by inspectors. The committee recommends the agency revise this language to ensure records outside the scope of the statute may not be accessed or inspected, including personal records of the licensee. And I can stop if you'd like to comment on that one, or if you'd like me
I
to
think
go.
that sounds accurate. Go ahead. Oh, Senator Francisco.
I'm wondering if it might be better to say are limited to those identified in the statute. You want to repeat what you were saying, just where you found it, the connection to the statutes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I have to defer to Jesse to go back to the statute on that one. My recollection was that the statute generally stated records described by the act or something to that effect. It wasn't as specific, I don't think, on the exact records, but they were more related to the work of the licensee and what was required to be on hand. And I think that's in several different statutes where those are located.
I apologize. I was asking if you would repeat your language related to this.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the second half of that is the committee recommends the agency revise this language to ensure records outside the scope of the statute may not be accessed or inspected, including personal records of the licensee.
And that limits the investigation to requirements of the act or whatever the statute says. I think I'd rather more positive statement rather than the negative, that it limits its inspection to those records required to be maintained by statute or whatever we have in the act. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I could say something more like to ensure records that are accessed or inspected only include those that are within the scope of the statute.
I think that's pretty accurate. Okay, great. So we'll go with that. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The final was the request for the training information. So it states the committee requests information be provided concerning how facility inspectors are trained, including but not limited to training handbooks and matrices, because that's what they had specifically stated.
All right, and then the third comment. Okay. I think there were some concerns overall by the committee that we have from the department, more transparency, more balance, and more fairness to our providers and our parents out there for the child care facilities. So maybe a general statement in that regard that we would expect the department to provide transparency, balance, and fairness. Something like that. Not seeing any objection, or Senator Francisco with language suggestion.
I'm a little concerned about that because they are making changes that follow our statutes. So I think we want the regulations to be sure and do that. Would that require some additional authority in the statutes to set regulations? And I will.
I think.
Go ahead, Representative
interpreting the
Corbett.
Regulations is far tighter than we want them to be interpreted. I think it's an overreach by government into your personal business to make this possible. You know what I'm saying?
So in the department's interpretation and implementation of statutes, the committee requests that the department be aware of, abiding by, cognizant of transparency, balance, and fairness. Yes, Representative Wassinger.
Letting child care providers know exactly. And obviously the surveyors. The surveyors can put a checklist, and the child care providers could see that too. They're going to be checking for health records. They're going to be checking for, and obviously they're going to be checking for outward other problems, but it gives everybody a chance to try to figure out what they're doing and where they need to go. and hopefully make everyone better at their jobs because they know what's expected of them.
Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I know I alluded to it or spoke to it a little bit this morning, but the department has gone so far overboard in the past that literally daycares were put out of business. I know I told Representative Corbett, one of my constituents called me literally, the dishes had not been done for an hour past lunch, and they were written up with threat of being closed down. It was so egregious. And just the rules and regs from today, in rural communities, the daycares could not take the children to a school playground because it did not meet the requirements. And thankfully, they are deleting those requirements as of today. But it's just gone overboard. And now, yes, they are trying to pull it back, and it's much appreciated. It needs to be pulled back. I appreciate Representative Wassinger's comments. It needs to be more simple. Most families and schools would not be able to follow these standards that are still in place.
Thank you. Are we clear on some language for the report? Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will need to just take that under advisement when we get back to craft some language, but I think I've generally got a good sense of what the group is recommending.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else regarding KDHE Division of Public Health, Bureau of Family Health? No. Okay, then the KDHE Division of Healthcare Finance, determined eligibles and income standards. All right, Board of Indigent Defense Services. None. All right, Department of Labor. Yes, Representative Carmichael.
Apologize for the delay. We're making rapid progress here this afternoon. I had concerns about KAR 48-1-4, subparagraph G as in George. And I think I was concerned that the one callback rule, while it may be an improvement over no callbacks at all, could facilitate parties avoiding binding effect of their testimony by simply disconnecting from the call and not answering the phone when they were called back, particularly witnesses, and that could result in them avoiding damaging admissions being entered into the final record of the proceeding, because as I read the regulations, if the call is disconnected, it's treated as a non-appearance, which to me means that they were never there and they never testified. And I think there's a problem with that conceptually. Now, that's a long way of saying something. Jordan is so much better than I am.
Did it make sense that the non-appearance would be entered depending on when the disconnect happened? You couldn't have direct testimony without an opportunity for cross-examination, but it is an improvement that you get a call back no matter what, unless you're
It's an improvement.
hanging up in using some foul language.
Yeah, I agree that it's an improvement, but I think it facilitates people, and I don't want to say perpetrating a fraud on the court, but it almost rises to that level that if you're sitting there and you said something really stupid, all your lawyer has to do is just hang up the phone. It's as if you never said it. That's not the way to phrase it, but that's my concern. Not that any lawyer would do that.
Well, and again, without the opportunity to cross-examine, it wouldn't come in, I would think. So
I don't know.
It's tricky. It's tricky. So I don't know if that's a statutory fix or something, or maybe rather than a non-appearance being recorded as the outcome that, appeared but was, something else. Non-appearance just seems odd because you did appear for a certain time and then you didn't. So it seems not
And actually,
consistently factual with what happened.
Actually, if it's a quote non-appearance, then it's as if it never happened, and therefore I don't understand why they believe that an adverse inference would arise out of testimony that, for purposes of the record, wasn't ever given because it's a non-appearance. It's seemingly King's X. You can't consider it anymore.
Right.
I don't know how we phrase all of that, but
Right. Just
I
take
could think on it, but you don't want me to think.
something for the department to consider, and probably the legislature about. Although this is pretty, don't know if it rises to that level, but something for the department to consider, certainly. So if you can craft some language for us to review, Senator Francisco might have a suggestion. Not sure.
I think I do. I'm wondering if it would make more sense to say, if the hearing proceeds, the inability of the party or witness to participate may be considered a non-appearance. So I think the thing that I'm concerned about is shall be considered a non-appearance. So then we have the ability for the time during the hearing or what happened. But I think to say shall be considered is the thing that I was concerned about.
So is the committee comfortable suggesting to the department that they might suggest a may instead of a shall? There. Looks like we've got agreement on that. So, all right. So with that then, that concludes discussion for our report.
I actually had two other
Oh, I'm sorry.
regulations from DOL that caused me concern.
Representative Carmichael had some other suggestions.
51-3-9, subparagraph B as in boy. I don't know how we phrase it, but something to the effect that the committee questions whether the agency had intended to use the phrase healthcare provider in lieu of that position as described in the second line of subparagraph B. Something along those lines.
And also to confirm that the statutory authority was there to change from a competent physician to a competent healthcare provider.
And I think that's probably in what we passed, but I just couldn't remember. My third concern was 51-9-10, the 90-day rule for healthcare providers to submit their bill after the last service has been rendered. Does that mean that the bill is uncollectible if not submitted within 90 days of the last treatment? Or can the healthcare provider continue to seek collection of that bill either from the claimant, the respondent, or its insurance carrier? And I know that it's not easy to research the work comp law because we tend to put 15 different ideas in the same sentence. And so when we say 44-531, it means a whole lot of different things. So it's not easy to research, and I appreciate the reviser's help.
Yes, I second that. Thank you to the reviser for researching that. Yes, did you have a comment, Ms. Pringle?
Yes, I wanted to update you all. I will have a follow-up on both of those questions for the committee later this week, not today. I have noticed that throughout the Workers' Compensation Act, the words healthcare provider and physician are both used. So I'm just using that time to follow up to have a full detailed answer for the committee.
Thank you. Senator Francisco.
Should never try to reread things after we've had the questions, but this is also on 51-9-10 when it talks about should submit partial bills fully itemized at intervals of at least 60 days. Shouldn't it say of no more than 60 days? I mean, at least seems like you could submit it at 60 days or 90 days or 120 days. I'm thinking, and maybe the reviser can say, if you said at least 60 days, does that mean fewer or more?
Okay. Any other, was that a question for the reviser?
that is a question.
Okay. Could you repeat your question, Senator Francisco?
So I'm looking at 51-9-10, and this is the second to last sentence in the first paragraph. And it says, should submit partial bills fully itemized at intervals of at least 60 days. So does that mean that they could commit them or submit them at intervals of 120 days? And that's at least 60? I mean, I'm just, so does it mean at least means no more than 60 days, or does it mean more than 60 days? When you say at least.
Go ahead, Ms. Pringle.
Yes, I believe you should submit partial bills fully itemized at least 60 days after that has occurred. So it would allow submission after the 60 days.
Could it be beyond those 60 days? I mean, so I think what they're asking is they want partial bills instead of waiting until the end. Or does it mean that they don't?
They don't want to pay.
They don't want, or does it mean that they really? Anyway, we could ask them, Jordan, maybe you could look at, could they review that, and was the intent to have no more than 60, submit them no more than 60 days, or to ask them what the intent of that was? I'm sorry I didn't bring that up earlier.
Okay, well, I think that concludes all of our suggested comments for the report, except Representative Corbett.
I just think that the employer should be given a contact number when he's required to respond to a claimant through the Department of Labor. We get the letter, but we have nobody to contact to talk about it.
The department?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if the committee would like to suggest that the department provide a department contact for both parties, the claimant and the employer. Makes sense. Talk about transparency and direct communication. It's a good theme. Okay, then that will be those are our suggestions for the report. I'd like the committee to take a look at your calendar for our next meeting date, except for Senator Tyson, who has a comment.
Thank you. It's not on the report. It's on Senate Bill 322 that this committee introduced for last year. We were able to get that past the Senate. It just reminded me of it today because the State Board of Pharmacy was before us, and they can implement whomever they want to have access to their database, and we were going to restrict that through legislation because they ignored this committee. So I'm asking that the committee pick up that effort again next year.
That this committee pick up Senate Bill 322, or?
This committee introduced Senate Bill 322, and I'm requesting that we can introduce legislation for next year. Maybe you want to handle that differently. I don't know what the best way to do it, but I don't want to drop the ball on that because that database has critical information, and not just anybody should have access to it.
Thank you. So the committee would like to suggest that the legislature take a look again at the policy presented in Senate Bill 322 of the 2026 legislative session. Yes, Mr. Milholland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to check if that's for the report or for the minutes to reflect that about Senate Bill 322.
Those should be the minutes. Thank you. All right, before we talk about our calendar, are there any other comments for the minutes or the report? All right, none. So we do need to meet again. It's been suggested Tuesday, August 18th is kind of the last day of the next round of regulations that we would need to meet. Tuesday, August 18th. I know there's lots of back to school first days the week before that in August, but hopefully we'll avoid that. Yes, Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Healthcare Commission meets that morning, up until about noon.
What committee is that?
The Healthcare Commission oversees the state employee health plan. Hey, you wanted your options, by golly. That was the price tag for those options.
Trying to raise my insurance.
No, I was the one voice trying not to.
All right, let's keep on topic here. So August 18th, probably not. What about August 19th? Wednesday, August 19th. All right, seeing no objection, let's set it then for Wednesday, August 19th. Then we avoid those weekend travel days for those who have to spend the night to attend. So appreciate everyone's attendance, whether you were online. We had Senator Thompson online, Representative Wynn, we had Senator Faust Godot as well. So appreciate those attending and those who were in person as well. So, and staff, we couldn't get our work done without you, and appreciate you and those following along online and our conferees as well. So with that then, there's no further business before the committee. Thank you, committee, for your attention. We went past our time, but we got a lot done. So thank you very much. With that, the meeting is adjourned.